네, 안녕하십니까? 플라이아시아 2022
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second day of Fly Asia 2022, and let us begin today's sessions. Good morning again. I am Imisa, your host today. The Fly Asia 22 conference is held under the theme of Connect Asia, Fly to the World, and we have prepared keynote speech session, sell-up session, main session, and special sessions. And today's conference is also a good opportunity to share knowledge and insights about the present and future of startup ecology of Asian countries. And we look forward to your continued interest. This conference is held both on and offline, and you can also see the sessions going on through YouTube channel, both Korean and English, at the official website of Fly Asia. And if you can also see the slides of the presentations, and you can leave your questions and comments for the presentations real time. And we also provide simultaneous interpretation throughout the sessions. Please find the translation receiver and tune the channel at number 1 for Korean and number 2 for English. So without further ado, let us move on to the congratulatory remarks. We'll invite President Kim Hyung-kyun from Busan Technopark. Please welcome the speaker with a round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As introduced, I am Co-Chair Kim Hyung-kyun of Fly Asia 2022 of Steering Committee and also serving as a Chair of Busan Technopark. And actually, yesterday we started the opening ceremony of this event, and we are now kicking off the conference. And Asian VC startups and those from relevant organizations, welcome to Fly Asia 2022 conference held in Busan, city of ramens. My special thanks go to two keynote speakers, President Ko Young-ah from Korea Business Angels Association and Professor Bill Orett from MIT, and also a author of Disciplined Entrepreneurship, who joins us even in the night in the US local time. Their intuitive lectures will serve as a source of inspiration to startups and to-be startups and students and also investors. And Fly Asia 2022 started with yesterday's opening ceremony and Investors Leaders Forum. And we have put together a variety of programs. And now today we kick off the conference session in earnest with the participation of eminent scholars and speakers, and we will have an opportunity to listen to policies and investment in startup and investment ecosystem. They will share with us their variety of perspectives, and we have put together main special leaders and sell-up session. And my special thanks go to President Chang Jae-guk of Dongsu University and Lee Myung-jong from KISED, General Director Baozan Khan from Kazakhstan, and Professor Park Tae-ho from San Jose State University, and other presenters, discussants, and moderators for delivering their unwavering support in organizing this event. And my special thanks go to Korea's most famous actor Cho Jin-woong, who was born and raised in Busan, and he will share with us interesting stories with regards to startups. And the core of the startup ecosystem is learning and investment as well as exchange. In that vein, today's conference will serve as a great vehicle to bring together investors and VCs and leaders from Asian cities to map out the current trend of Asian startup ecosystem and their success stories. And these creative ideas and innovative mindset will serve as a bridge to bring together Asian startup ecosystem, and this opportunity will serve as another springboard for this. And Busan Metropolitan City will join their hands together with local entities to achieve the mission and the slogan of a wave of innovation by Asian startups. Once again, my special thanks go to all of you for taking part in this event. I wish you best of luck in your all endeavors. Thank you.
네, 좋은
Thank you very much for your thought-provoking remarks. And that was President Kim Young-gyun. And without further ado, we will kick off the conference session. And now I would like to introduce to you the president of President Ko Young-ah. And he spent 2 years in Korea IPTV Selen and 4 years for Hanaro Media. And now he is a president of Korea Business Angel Associations, and he is a great contributor in expanding the horizon of the overseas and domestic angel investment. Please give him a big round of applause. As I introduce, I am Ko Young-ah from Korea Business Angels Associations, and Busan. This event is put together with a view to improve Busan as a startup city. And 10 years ago, Busan's population was 4 million and more, but now the population declines. That was very regrettable for me personally. But the reason behind this is the fact that there is no decent jobs in Busan, which means the youth is gravitated toward the Seoul metropolitan area to seek a decent job. That leads to a decline in population of Busan city. So, in order to revitalize Busan city, we need to create a lot of decent jobs. But who will be the key player in creating good jobs? The youth in Busan should start their businesses, and then that can lead to a job creation. So I hope Busan will evolve into the most favorable city for startups, and the startup ecosystem will determine the competitiveness of a nation. So the startups ecosystem is a determinant factor in a city's competitiveness as well as a nation's competitiveness. And do you know where the most favorable startup city in the world? And Korea really has a city that is favorable to startup. And as you all aware of, Silicon Valley is the #1 in this indicator. And the second rank was occupied by New York and London, and followed by Boston, and followed by Beijing for 5th ranking, and followed by LA in the state, and the 7th ranking comes from Tel Aviv from Israel, and Shanghai ranks 8th, and Seattle ranks 9th. And now Seoul comes into the 10th ranking. And I believe Seoul's 10th ranking is remarkable. Few years ago, in Asia, Singapore and Tokyo. Such countries are ahead of us, but now Seoul now successfully enters into the top 10. And when you look at the rest of the cities, Washington DC and 11th ranking was Washington DC and 12th ranking was Tokyo and the 13th ranking was San Diego, followed by Amsterdam in Europe, followed by Paris, Berlin, and also followed by Toronto in Canada. And the 8th ranking was occupied by Singapore and then followed by Chicago and the Sydney from Australia. So when you look at the top 40, and the US has 15 countries in top 40 list, and Europe has 8 cities in the ranking, and China 4 cities, Beijing, Shanghai, Shenzhen, and Hangzhou, and also India and Canada has 3 cities, and Australia has 2, and Israel and Seoul and Tokyo, Singapore, Sao Paulo are also on the list. So the most favorable cities for startups show that who rules the world. And the US is a trailblazer and they has a outstanding number of cities with regards to ecosystem conducive to startups. So a nation's competitiveness is determined by how well the ecosystem for startups is created. And the two superpowers are the US and the China, but the US is unrivaled and unmatched with regards to the number of ecosystem-friendly startup-friendly cities. And in 2008, of course, the Silicon Valley was born in 1994, creating such an ecosystem. But New York, Boston, LA, Seattle, and other cities going beyond the Silicon Valley are born out of 2008 under the initiative of former US President Obama. And actually the US was struck by the global financial crisis. And in 2009, Startup America initiative was pushed forward by President Obama with a view to make US a ecosystem, startup-friendly nation. And with the 8-year terms of President Obama, every month he had a meeting with regards to startups in White House, and he continued to revitalize the ecosystem of startups. Now that was laying the fertile ground for high-performing ecosystem for startups in the US, which put the US ranked number 1. And also the same goes to China. I strongly believe revitalization of Busan requires us to set a startup-friendly ecosystem. So I will share with you the success cases and stories here. And there is a Malmö city in Sweden, and in 1980s and 1990s, that was a center of shipbuilding, but now Korea's shipbuilding grows, and which replaces the status of Malmö city, and the Malmö city's shipbuilding industry was fallen. But now Malmö was revitalized once again, and now it is known as the most innovative cities in the Europe. The reason behind this is the fact that the startups are replacing the gaps that were created by the fallout of the shipbuilding industry. So Malmö city now evolves into a most innovative city. Another case I'd like to share with you is US Rochester. And Rochester was situated in the New York state. And Rochester was home to Kodak Company. And the Kodak Company was also on demise with the advent of digital camera, and now the number of employees fell from 60,000 to 3,000. But now the city overcame these hurdles, and now this city was known to be the most innovative city in the US. And there are a lot of startups, and startups create 90,000 jobs. So the good ecosystem for startups was reason behind this, and Rochester University established a entrepreneurship center through which elementary schoolers, middle schoolers, and the high schoolers and the college students were taught with this center, and also they held a startup competition so that those in the early childhood dream of becoming a startup founder. That was the success recipe behind the revitalization of Rochester. And I truly believe Busan can create an ecosystem conducive to startups. And the most important entities here are the opinion leaders in Busan city, and that is of course city mayor of Busan. And 5 to 10 years ago, I came to Busan city, and Busan mayor talked to me that they were willing to create a startup ecosystem, but actually that was one stop occasion. So that was for a show off. As I mentioned, for 8 years term of President Obama, every month he held and presided over a meeting on startups like this. Mayor Park needs to be committed himself to presiding over a startup-related forum and a meeting on a monthly basis. Then, after 4 years after that, Busan ecosystem for startups will go through tremendous change. And also, we need to establish an entrepreneurship center in Busan City. From elementary schoolers to college students, they should be taught with entrepreneurship in their early childhood. This will nurture the future startups as well. We need to create an angel investment ecosystem, and the robust investment from angel VCs should be a prerequisite for the youth in Busan to start their own businesses. And 300,000 angel VCs are there in the US. So Korea is lacking of angel VCs, especially there's no sufficient number of angel VCs in Busan City. And who would be the angel VCs? The local corporations and the lawyers and doctors are capable of identifying startups and investing in the startups, but they has no expertise and experiences investing in startups, so it's serving as a hurdle. Angel investment transpires, which leads to good outcome, high risk, high return is case in point. So successful angel investment leads to a massive accumulation of wealth. That was the reason why there are a large number of angel investors in the U.S. So we need to vitalize the angel investment ecosystem, and we need to teach the potential angel investors, and we need to create a network for them. Then this will enable startups to attract more investment with much ease. This will improve the ecosystem of startups in Busan City. So, as I mentioned before, on a monthly basis, Mayor Park will take part in this startup ecosystem. Then angel investors will follow suit to meet with Mayor Park. They will also take part in this kind of forum on a monthly basis, and educating and nurturing angel investors require the establishment of angel investment center, education center, and our association supports the education. But actually, we don't have much reach out to the local region, and Gwangju and Daejeon were home to angel investment training centers, and also the training goes robust these days. So I urge Busan Metropolitan City to establish such kind of training center.
성장 펀드를 만들어야 합니다.
And next, we have to build a growth fund. For companies to grow, the most important thing is investment, of course.
하지만이
Companies are always in need of big investment, and that way they can be a unicorn company. But in Korea, we don't see much big size investment. There were 20 unicorn companies being born in Korea, and all these investment came from overseas. If you look at Coupang, the vision fund of Son made an investment in Coupang. That money didn't come from Korean sources. So we don't have much big size fund. And if you look at Singapore has this Singapore National Fund, and that's where all the investment comes from. And that's how there are 60 portfolios built from that investment. And with all due respect, Busan has 20 trillion won for building Gadokdo new airport, but if you take 1 trillion away from that fund and put that in the startups companies in Busan, then you will see 100 cases of 100 trillion won of investment. And if you continue that, you're going to see 1,000 unicorn companies. And if you look at 10 years from now, you're going to have numerous unicorn companies. And if they are not to be all, if they're not all of them are to be unicorn companies, if you just take 50 out of those, 50 unicorn companies out of those companies. So I recommend that with the money you're going to put in building the new airport in Gadok Island, you're going to have a lot of unicorn companies that will give Busan a great return in 10 years. And if you have 50 such unicorn companies in Busan, well, it doesn't require much explanation that large companies around the world will rush to Busan. Silicon Valley 500 companies all of them have overseas branches. So if Busan becomes such a conducive environment for startups, they will come rushing to Busan. That's how I see this. And lastly, Busan should attract a lot of talented people, young people who are talented. The Silicon Valley became one of the most conducive and favorable city for startups, and that's because young and talented people go to Silicon Valley to realize their dream by starting a company of their own. Vietnam, Indonesia, Malaysia, in the Philippines and many other Asian countries, they have a lot of talented young people, and we have to attract these young people to Busan to start next unicorn companies. 20 years ago, Singapore started this new policy to revitalize the startup environment in attracting the young, talented people. No matter where you're from, no matter what your nationality is, you can get $1 billion for starting up your company. That's what Singapore government did. And 10 years ago, a lot of startup companies, Korean companies, went to Singapore. So I believe Busan should come up with a breakthrough startup program and supports to attract a lot of young Asian people who are talented, who will start their own companies in Busan. Busan is such a beautiful city and the most livable city in Korea, I believe. But young people are leaving Busan because there are no decent, good jobs in Busan. So in order to attract these young, talented people back to Busan, we have to offer them something good. Good jobs. And that way, Busan can retransform itself into a startup company, a company that is a startup city, a city that is livable to young people. And that way, Korea will become one of the top 5 countries in the world. Thank you very much for listening to my presentation. Thank you very much, President Ko, for an insightful presentation. I myself want to start my own company someday, and I really hope to see Busan as pictured by the President Ko. Please give the speaker another round of applause for a great presentation.
다음 기조
And now we'd like to invite the second keynote speaker, and he was known to be the global startup Bible, and he is known to be a shortcut for success among MIT students. I ask for your gentle understanding. He's not able to join on site, but he joins us online. So we will meet him on Zoom screen.
Do you hear me?
I can hear.
Okay, then floor is yours. You can get started now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to check my screen, and
Oh.
when I share that, can you see the full screen, or do you see the speaker notes right now?
I see the full screen.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Well, listen, greetings to everyone there in Busan, and that was a very inspiring presentation by President Ko, and I applaud him as well for his call for Busan to be bold, to pursue the future. And what I want to do is what I learned in talking, going to school with Koreans at MIT, was Koreans look at the long game. And here what I want to do is look at the history of entrepreneurship, what it has been in the past, what it is today, and what it will look like in the future. And to do that, I think it's important you just understand my personal background as well. I started out going to college at a place called Harvard University in Cambridge, Massachusetts. And after I graduated from there, I played basketball for a year in Europe. And then I joined a company called IBM in the 1980s. And I'll talk a bit about that, but in the 1980s, IBM was the dominant technology company, not just the dominant computer company, the dominant technology company. And we had very little competition. And they sent me, in part of my development program, to go to MIT, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. And after that, when I left there, I decided that I did not want to go back to IBM, that it was the 1990s, and I had seen what Steve Jobs and Bill Gates and a guy named Mitch Kapor, who I was closer to, and a number of other people become entrepreneurs. So I decided that I wanted to do that as well. And I started my first company in 1994 called Cambridge Decision Dynamics. Now, Cambridge Decision Dynamics did not do particularly well. In fact, if you look it up, it no longer exists. But what it did is it taught me some very valuable lessons that I'd never learned working at IBM, specifically how to be a startup entrepreneur. And after that, I was so hooked, even though Cambridge Decision Dynamics wasn't successful, that I spent the next 6+ years of my life creating a company and making it a global entity called Sensible Technologies. And we sold throughout the world, including Korea, from Cambridge, Massachusetts. But when I left that after 6 years, I joined another company and saw a bigger opportunity at Visage. And this was a company that took MIT technology in a different way. Cambridge Decision Dynamics, Sensible had done it, but Visage took biometric technology, facial recognition technology. And when I joined them, we were $50 million of market cap. When I left, we were $500 million. And this was back in the 2000s. So this is the equivalent of a unicorn today. And then after that, I helped start a company called XL Fleet with Todd Hines. And that went on, after I served on the board for 12 years, to become a unicorn as well. That went public. It was worth about $3 billion. And then I was also on the board of a company called MyTech, which became a unicorn while I was on the board. So I've had multiple experiences directly helping to create unicorns. But what I'm probably best known for, as the announcer said, is my books that I've written about how to be an entrepreneur. Disciplined Entrepreneurship and the Disciplined Entrepreneurship, which in Korea has won numerous awards as the MIT Startup Bible, but it's also been translated into over 20 additional languages and done very, very well. As you see here, these are just some of them, the Japanese and the Chinese version. I've also created online courses which have been viewed by hundreds of thousands of people for free online on the edX platform called Entrepreneurship 101, 102, and 103. So, but what I want to talk about is what I've seen in entrepreneurship over my career, going back to almost 50 years ago now. When I started in the 1980s, the dominant company, as I mentioned, was the one that I worked at called IBM. And entrepreneurship and basically technology was about hardware. Whoever owned the hardware was king. And that was the game. Who owned the hardware? And at that point, incremental improvement to the hardware was something that we strove to do at IBM, and we did every year. We always improved our computers by 20%, maybe a little more than that. But this was all driven by the fact of Moore's Law. Moore's Law said the power of the chip is going to double essentially every 18 months. And what we at IBM did is we built hardware and we built mainframes, and it was controlled and centralized. And it was something that entrepreneurship was not a popular term. Entrepreneurs like myself were considered eccentric. And this is the day when Silicon Valley was born, because silicon is hardware. You just heard President Ko talk about Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley was hardware. But ironically, we continue referencing silicon today, and it's not relevant, because most of what entrepreneurship is has nothing to do with hardware, as I'm going to show you. But this was it, and it was disrupted in the 1980s when a company called Compaq Computer, at the end of the century, basically displaced IBM, and they were no longer a monopoly. And the hardware business became tenuous because multiple people were building hardware. The game, as we turn to the 1990s, becomes software. And the dominant company in the 1990s is Microsoft. And software becomes king. And then disruption is really starting to happen. This company called IBM, which nobody ever thought could be taken down, is actually taken down by Microsoft, and Microsoft becomes a more valuable, more profitable, more admired company. And it moves away from the mainframe to personal computers. And you start to see personal computers being connected together, and the whole nature of this command and control kind of gets broken. And technology becomes democratized. And Apple is a very big component of that by showing it's not going to be controlled by IBM. At this point, we see the effects of Moore's law, since they're not being controlled, since they're being spread out, they're accelerating, and it's actually having dramatic changes on our environment. And we see that entrepreneurship, while it might have started with connecting to R&D places where there was a lot of research and development money spent, entrepreneurship is starting to become quite well accepted, and it's become regional between the West Coast of the United States and the East Coast, particularly Boston and Silicon Valley. And in this era, if there was someone who was an entrepreneur and you were in Boston, you basically met them. Or if you were in Silicon Valley, you met them. Everybody passed through those regions. The kind of poster child for this in the 1990s was Bill Gates announcing Windows 95. At this point, it's the middle of the century, and Microsoft has just taken over the world. It seems like no one will knock them off their pedestal. They're to be unassailable, just like IBM had appeared in the 1980s. IBM is now an afterthought. Microsoft is the king, and software is what everybody's talking about. As we progress to the 2000s, the game changes yet again, and at a faster pace. The internet and connectivity becomes preeminent. Standalone workstations are going the way of the dodo bird or dinosaurs. And at this point, kind of in a symbolic move, Google literally replaces Silicon Graphics. This preeminent, respected hardware company just moves them out and shows that the game is no longer just hardware. It's not hardware, it's not software, it's connectivity, and that's what Google represents. And you notice in the 20s that disruption is happening faster and faster, and people are starting to accept it. What seemed a one-off with IBM getting knocked off by Microsoft in the 1990s now seems to be a pattern that Google is knocking off Microsoft now. And Microsoft seems extremely vulnerable. And you see, it's the start of distributed and connectivity is dominating, not the hardware, not the personal computer. And now you have this thing called Metcalfe's law, which says the power of the network, the value of the network, everyone is connected to that network. The value of that is exponentially related to the number of nodes that are on the network. And what that means is, the internet couldn't be developed just for Boston, just for Silicon Valley, just for New York, just for China. It's a connected world, and that's where the value comes out of it. So you start to see that the type of companies change from the Microsofts and the IBMs to the Googles, and even more so when you think of Netscape, Amazon. You start to see it's distributed, that entrepreneurship is no longer in one place. You see it in New York City, you see it in Austin, you see it in Boulder, Colorado, you see it in Berlin, Germany, and you see it for sure in China. And things really are starting to take off. But if we look back at the 2000s, really the dominant thing we're starting to see is Google has displaced Microsoft. And faster than it ever had happened that Microsoft displaced IBM, the pace of change is increasing dramatically. And as we're coming into 2010, entrepreneurship is no longer as centralized as it once was. It's now becoming multi-regional in the United States. As we go to 2010, the game changes again. And I would point to Alibaba as being a poster child for this time. You see in the United States, Amazon, Google, and Facebook all take off But Alibaba, I make the poster child because they're not deploying new technology. They're really just deploying the same technology in new ways and doing it more ubiquitous. And so it's really the start of the digitization of everything. There's no brand new hardware, there's no brand new software that's really driving this. It's really just taking advantage of the distributed connectivity and digitizing things with what I'll call the Andreessen effect. The Andreessen effect, it comes from Mark Andreessen, the famous US venture capitalist, who said, software is going to eat everything. Here it is. Software is going to eat the world in all sectors. Everything will become software. And he was right. Today, software is everywhere. It's ubiquitous. And by the way, in this era of 2010, entrepreneurship is now global. You see it everywhere, not just in the United States, but in China, it's really taking off. And we saw that starting in the last decade, but it's really taking off. As we move to 2020, we see the digitization essentially of everything. Software has now eaten the world. This is post-pandemic. If you depended on analog businesses, those businesses were very, very damaged by the pandemic. You really needed to be in the software business of digitizing. Disruptive innovation now has increased every decade, and now it's at a dizzying pace. We see companies like Zoom come out of nowhere, Peloton come out of nowhere, and companies like Clubhouse come up and go down. And it's just an amazing time because not only is it distributed connectivity that started before is dominating, but now you have Metcalfe's law and compounded with Moore's law and compounded with the Andreessen effect, all giving us this rate of change that's growing exponentially that people are having a very, very hard time keeping up with. And now we have a new fundamental technology layered on top of these three, and that is AI. Not just anything, but really we're talking about data and data analytics and machine learning. Yes, there's robotics and AI, but I'm talking specifically about data and data analytics, because data is going to, if software was going to eat the world, ladies and gentlemen, that is over. It has. What's now going to eat the world is data. Interesting fact, the amount of data that is going to be produced this year in 2022 through our smartphones, through our computers, through our tablets, through our IoT devices, through our cars, through our shoes if we have chips in them, through all the cameras that are everywhere, all the data that will be collected and stored will exceed the entire history of mankind, going back to when it first started recording it. That's in 2022. And by the way, it'll be the same thing for 2023, which will include that 2022. So the rate at which we're collecting data, the rate at which we're collecting data is as unseen anywhere. And now the winners are going to be the ones who can take that data and analyze it and turn that data into information that is actionable. And that involves the use of machine learning, because those people will learn it faster. So as the CEO of NVIDIA said here, software is eating the world, or it has eaten the world, but AI is going to eat software. And it's not just any AI, it is machine learning and data analytics. And now as we enter the 2020s, entrepreneurship is global and it's ubiquitous. It happens everywhere. I remember coming to Seoul, South Korea and running a workshop there. And in my class was Ryan Lee, and he was a very enthusiastic young entrepreneur. And he started Baby Shark Video. And this company has become an international sensation. And it was not a company that was based in the United States. It was not a company that was based in Boston or Silicon Valley. This is literally happening everywhere, including right in Korea. So what do we need to do if the world is going faster and faster and faster, as you've seen? Will it slow down? And the answer is no, it will never slow down. The history of mankind is it always goes faster and faster and faster. It will, today is as slow as the world will ever be. The rate of change will just get faster and faster. So if that's true, how do we deal with it? Well, to me, the answer is clear, and this is where the opportunity exists for Busan. We need to create a new type of leader. We need to create a new type of businessman. That person cannot be fragile. If you only understand management, management is what teaches you risk mitigation, efficiency, optimization. Those systems, as we saw during COVID, create fragile systems that when they're hit by an exogenous force, they break. Well, then you say, well, we want organizations, we want managers, we want employees that are robust, that they just march through and fight through change, because change is going to happen, adversity is going to happen, as we saw. If you think this is the last pandemic, if you think that climate change is going to slow down, if you think that other problems and challenges that we have, technology, it has never worked that way. I've just shown you the history. It's only going to go faster. So should people just ignore change and just march forward? The answer is no. We certainly don't want fragile organizations or fragile managers. We don't even want robust managers. What we want are anti-fragile managers, teams, organizations. These are people who embrace change. They embrace adversity as a chance to learn, because they know you cannot learn in an abstract way. You have to learn in the marketplace. You have to learn by testing your hypotheses. So as we look at entrepreneurship, we see that entrepreneurship has evolved from that early R&D stage to kind of pulling things together to come up with software in a very cost-effective way, to move forward, to start to modify business models. Today, it's about entrepreneurship is a mindset, skill set, and a way of operating that allows you to not just survive change, but to thrive in change. And those who don't, those who continue to just be managers, will not survive in a world that's going faster and faster. Who are the people who are going to lead going forward? What are the regions that are going to lead? They're going to be the ones that embrace anti-fragility. And those are the ones who can do management, but they can also do anti-fragile entrepreneurial behavior. And what do we mean by that? These are what we call ambidextrous leaders. So what do we mean by that? We mean, first of all, you have to have the spirit. You have to be willing to be different. We talk about if all the fish are swimming this way, are you willing to swim that way and be different? Are you willing to not accept the status quo, but to try to make it better in a creative way? We call this creative irreverence. An entrepreneur has a certain mindset, always trying to fix and make things better. But it's not just enough to have what we call the spirit of a pirate. You also simultaneously have to have the execution skills of a Navy SEAL. So when people say an entrepreneurial mindset, that is necessary but not sufficient. You also have to have the heart. The bird sings from within. That's where it starts. But then you also have to have the knowledge in your head. And this is what we pulled together when we created the MIT Startup Bible, Disciplined Entrepreneurship. We created a toolbox of first principles that come from many different places that will allow you to succeed to be an entrepreneur. In other words, this gives you the knowledge that you need. It's rigorous and it's relevant. It's been tested. And this is what academic institutions should do. So, you have the spirit, you have the knowledge. So I want to rush into battle. I know what to do in a battle, but that doesn't mean I can do it. I now have to teach people how to be an entrepreneur through an apprenticeship model. Entrepreneurship is not a science. It's not art. It's a craft. And to teach people how to do that to give them the capability to be anti-fragile, we have to give them the hands, the ability to do it. And that's what we go through at academic institutions, and Busan should build this not just in academic, but extracurricular and in the marketplace. How do you give people the opportunity to build their skill set? Because what will make Busan great is to have more entrepreneurs, better entrepreneurs, and more connected entrepreneurs. And how do you do that? You get that through embracing the mindset, willingness to be different. You get that through teaching them the right rigorous material, but the theory alone is not enough. You have to put that into practice. And then finally, you have to build a community of entrepreneurs, because entrepreneurs don't thrive by themselves. They need a home, they need a community. And this is what Busan seems to be committed to doing, and that will make a huge difference. And when you have the heart, and when you have the head, and when you have the hand and the home, you have the mindset, the skill set, and the way of operating that will make you as an individual anti-fragile. And if you have that as a team, your team will be anti-fragile. And if you have it as an organization, your organization will be anti-fragile. And if you have it as a society, your society will be anti-fragile. And that is what we need in this rapidly changing world. So, in summary, let me say the future of innovation-driven entrepreneurship, which Busan is striving boldly for, is what I say 3D. It's decentralized and distributed. It's more than technology. This gives Busan a terrific opportunity. The timing couldn't be better. It's spreading out throughout the whole world. You don't have to be in Silicon Valley. You don't have to be in China. You don't have to be in Boston. Second part is the underlying technology is creating a disruption. The big story for the next decade is going to be data analytics, and machine learning. Entrepreneurs need to be disciplined. They need to be anti-fragile and ubiquitous throughout all organizations.
네, 지금 인터넷 연결에 약간 문제가 있는 것 같아요.
We have some technical glitch in internet connection. Sorry about that. Do we have the connection? No. It's so unfortunate that we can't continue the presentation, and we've
Connection. Okay, you're back
Where did you
on.
lose connection?
Oh, you're back on, so you can get started.
Where did you lose me? What slide?
몇 번째 저희 슬라이드에서 멈췄죠? Just one moment.
23, slide 23.
Hello?
17이요? 23이요? 네, slide 23, page 23.
Which one is that one? This one? Let me see.
Page 23. Slide page 23.
Okay. Oh, slide 23. Okay.
Yes.
So let me just say in summary, the future of innovation-driven entrepreneurship. Can you see my slides now?
Your slide is not up.
Oh, okay.
Can you share
Sorry.
it?
Yes. Sorry, everybody.
No problem.
So the future of innovation-driven entrepreneurship going forward, which is what you should be most concerned about, is what I'll say is 3D. First of all, it's decentralized, it's distributed. It's much more than having to be R&D and technology and hardware. That's good news, because that means that it does not have to be in the United States. It does not have to be in China. It can be in Busan, and you can thrive on it. That could be a big advantage. The second thing is the timing is great because data analytics and machine learning is the biggest technological disruptor going right now. And that is something where you have a window to jump in and be on a level playing field with everybody else. And the last part of this is where Koreans have thrived is the future of entrepreneurship is not, as it's looked in the past. It is discipline, it is engineering approach, it's systematic. This anti-fragility that we're talking about, it needs to be ubiquitous, not just in individuals and startups, but also in bigger companies, in government, in nonprofits, in academic institutions. And this mindset of loving the adventure and the mission is something that is being adopted by young people everywhere. I heard it from the last speaker. The skill set, it seems to be something that Koreans can embrace, discipline, and you've seen it with the success of the MIT Startup Bible. Systematic, rigorous, yet relevant. And last is a way of operating, a community-based way of operating, where you're working in a community so that you don't have to control everything, that you're working with resources beyond your control. For these three reasons, the 3Ds, I consider Busan to be in an excellent place going forward to thrive in this new world of entrepreneurship. Hopefully you felt inspired by this and you have some questions. So with that, I'll turn it over to questions. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and sorry again for the technical glitch. And this is also one of the beauties of online presentations. So due to the time constraint, I'm sorry we can't take the question here. So thank you very much for your time, Professor. We really enjoyed the presentation. Thank you. And next time, we really hope to see you in person in Busan. We do. We look forward to next opportunities. Thank you. So thank you for the keynote session, and we will start the main session right away. And listening to the presentations, I feel like my entrepreneurship or entrepreneur's spirit in me is growing. So I hope you have the same experience as mine, and please, we'd like to see you again in the main sessions. And as soon as we set the stage ready, we'll start the main session 1. So thank you, and see you soon.
네, 그럼
Without further ado, we will move on to the main session 1. I would like to introduce you to the president of Jang Jae-guk, and he served as a co-chair of City Consultative Body for Busan International Sister City, and he also served as a member of Board of Director for Asian President Forum. And please give him a big round of applause. And I would like to hand my microphone over to you. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Chan Jae-guk, president of Dongso University. It's my great honor to preside over this session, and I'm your moderator. And we have 4 panelists here, so when I call out their name, please give him or them a big round of applause. And we have Seo Young-ho, representative of HK Investment Korean office. Please give him a big round of applause. And second panelist is Jerry T. Chen Rao, Director of Derek Ace. Please give him a big round of applause. And CEO of Autonomous Cluster Fund, Baozan Kankin. Please give him a big round of applause. Last but not least, we have Song Hyung from KSEID. Actually, this session is supposed to take 90 minutes, but actually we need to shorten to 60 minutes upon the request of organization, and the theme is very important, but we have 4 panelists and we only have 1 hour, so it's very difficult to keep the time limit. So I would like to allocate you the time, and please meet the time limit. And the theme is environmental changes and crisis management strategies in the Asian startup ecosystem. And it's very grandiose slogan and theme. So I'd like to divide this slogan into 3 components. An Asian startup ecosystem is first part. So really there is a big difference between Asian startup ecosystem and the Europe and the US ecosystem for startups. Is there any difference compared to them? So this is the first component I'd like to ask you to address. And then there is environmental changes in the ecosystem for Asian startup. Then what would be the change looking like? And these changes are of an opportunity or of a risk. If that's a risk, then how can we mitigate the risks with certain strategies? Yeah.
Okay, anyway. 자, 그럼
Then, so you are given 1 minute for introduction. So first, introduce to you your name and your function and role to the floor. Please, Soyoung-woo, representative of HK Investment Korean office. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am representative of HK Invest Korean office, Soyoung-woo. And coincidentally, in 1997 to 2016, I served as a representative to the London Invest. And now I am serving as a representative of HK Investment Korean office. So I would like to share with you the perspectives of the Asian, Europe, and the US as well, building on my background and experiences. And what I'm doing here is that I would like to support Korean companies' advancement into the foreign market, and 270 Korean startups are supported by us. And of course, the big conglomerates are among the list, and also a startup with 2 employees are supported by us. Thank you for giving me this great opportunity. And T. Chun-hwan, please introduce yourself.
My name is Jarek from the Action Community for Entrepreneurship, also known as ACE in Singapore. We are the only national association for startups in Singapore, with custodians of about 4,000 plus startups. Through advocacy work in the ecosystem, actually we are also partners with KeySet in Singapore, and we work with different accelerators, incubators, and we advocate for government policies for our startups into creation of a vibrant startup ecosystem where we then support and create innovations in Singapore. We do have regional plans to support startups in Singapore to land around the Southeast Asia region, Korea especially, and we also invite and welcome Korean startups to come to Singapore and land in our vibrant ecosystem. Very happy to be here today, and thank you.
네, 다음에는 칸킨.
And please, Kankin, introduce yourself.
Thank you. Nice to be here. Today I'm representing Kazakhstan, so it's in Central Asia. I'm a CEO of Tech Garden. In other words, it's a IT hub, Technopark. It's a full cycle IT hub. And in other questions, I will try to share with our experience about our ecosystem. And we are responsible for startups. We are responsible for R&D. We are responsible for ecosystem. and I will try to share all the best. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
And thank you very much. And Song Hyung, please.
그래서 영광.
It's good to see you all. And I'm from KSEID. I am Song Hyung, responsible for international cooperation. And KSEID is the one and only dedicated entity to support startups. And KSEID is supporting 2B startups and the startup in the early phase and development and international entry and re-challenge. So we support entire life cycle of startups and entrepreneurship. And actually, I was responsible for providing startup statistics and startup pluses, but now I changed my role and I am engaged in communicating startup ecosystem. I hope today's forum will serve as a constructive forum. And there are men of their caliber in startup ecosystem. And now, without further ado, we'll take a deep dive into the discussion.
질문은
So my first question is about the expression Asian startup ecosystem. Does this expression make sense? Well, as I mentioned, is there any difference between the Asian startup ecology and the US or European startup ecology? Is there any uniqueness in Asian environment? That's the first question.
그 시간이 별로 없기 때문에 한 분당
We don't have much time, so please understand that the 3 minutes is the maximum time I can give each of you. So we'll start from Mr. Son. Yes, that's a big question. That's a difficult question. So does this expression make sense? Asian startup ecology. Is there any unique about that? Well, when we talk about economy, we talk about economic bloc, as in the continental separation. So we talk about Asian startup ecology as compared to European or American ecology, right? So the expression Asian startup ecology, what the word itself doesn't raise any opposition from anyone. But if you approach from a different perspective, if you look at the U.S. startup ecology, well, U.S. market is one of the leading markets in terms of startup. And U.S. is a single country, so I'd like to rather look at European startup management, startup environment. So the location of European countries is really good in terms of travel and exchanges among the countries. But if you look at Asian countries, the closeness is less than that in the European countries, but that doesn't mean we can't say Asian startup ecology. That's not true. Because there's an ASEAN, which is a cooperative community in the Southeast countries. And we also have other cooperative bodies among the Northeast Asian countries, including Japan, China, and Korea. So we can talk about this Asian startup ecology. So in that regard, what could be the difference between the Asian startup ecosystem and the US and European ecosystem? What could be the difference? Well, as you all know, the US and European markets are led by private players. The venture capitals and accelerators and other research institutes, they form a cluster or they pursue networking activities. So all of these activities are led by autonomous private initiatives. But things are a little bit different in Asian countries, and it's a little bit different from country to country in Asian region. And one common factor could be, well, most Asian countries are government-led initiatives when we talk about startup projects. And private companies or private initiatives join the government initiative through cooperation. So that's the basic frame of Asian country startup ecosystem. Well, we can't say either one is right and either one is wrong. It's hard to say that because all these systems reflect the characteristics and nature and uniqueness of each country. And the reason I'm saying this I took the European countries as an example, but when you talk about starting up your own company, and especially after the COVID situation, the startup itself has become an international issue. And the startup has become all about international connection or global connectivity. So European countries are close to one another. We're not that close compared to the European countries, but we can create this connectivity and closeness among Asian countries because we can also talk about intangible connectivity, not just the physical one. So we can connect the characteristics and uniqueness of each country to create synergy effect. Yes, your point's well taken. I strongly agree to your points because the Asian ecosystem is mostly about government-led initiatives. And if you look at the economic development and industrial development also, the government has played a big role. I think we can see, we observe the same thing in the startup ecology. So next.
Opposite opinion about difference between Asian startup system and US startup system. I think ecosystem itself, it's a very globalized thing, right? As the world itself, and there are a lot of US participants, accelerators, startups based in Asia, and there is a lot of Asia startups, incubators based in US, and all knowledge, everything is available right now, and of course, there is some minor changes, some minor difference, but in general, generally speaking, it's all the same. More or less, we are very, very similar in startup ecosystem in Central Asia, in the Pacific region, in the US, whatever. It's all the same, more or less.
네, 우리 강킨 그 대표이사께.
Okay, thank you for your opinion. So the system itself is quite similar anywhere. So it's not that different in the US, in the Pacific region, and in Asia. So there are more similarities than there are differences. So next.
Yeah, I start off by my experience in Berlin, right, in Europe, and I've been in the ecosystem for 3 years. There is an interesting observation that I made there. So in the European ecosystem, even outside of Berlin, there are significantly a lot less Asian startups that you can find there. And also because the ecosystem support, I think, is kind of different in comparison to the way they operate, right? The sort of the talents they have there. An example that I noticed when I was working there is, as you know, the European culture, when it is time to start work, they are on time and they end work on time. So the kind of a urgency in the Asian market, or the kind of work that we put in within Asia, it's kind of not the same perspective in Europe. And also, if you look at the government structure and the policy that supports the startups there are less of a government grants, like what we have here in Korea, what we have in Singapore and other parts of Asian cities. There are a lot less of that, as I noticed. So in terms of where the startup innovation is in, they kind of work a little bit differently than what we see here in the Asian market. So moving back into Asia. So if you look at Asia collectively as an ecosystem, right, combining a few countries all together, let's just say Vietnam, Thailand, Singapore, and Korea as a start. A couple of ecosystem works in there about the same time zone with different expertise, different talents. If you look specifically in South Korea, there are a huge amount of tech talents, right? There's a huge amount of software that's been created in the ecosystem. And these are supported by government agencies and event like that promotes that. And we see that as a strong indication by the government to grow this ecosystem. So then if you look at my home country, Singapore, where the ACE plays a role in advocacy work for the startups, right, working with government and government schemes that we put out there that supports the startups, equally helping them launch and land in other countries such as Korea. So my opinion is the Asian ecosystem should work collaboratively to have different startups of different countries, right, be part of the collective Asian ecosystem, where then we can leverage on where their home country government that supports them and their grants to scale them. Right? Maybe they raise the first round of funding from their country, and then when they go to another country to expand, hire talents, look into new technology, or even merge and acquisition with other startups, and then that can prosper all together. So that's kind of my opinion.
네, 아시아의 뭐 창업 생태.
Yes, you pointed out how we can leverage these differences even among Asian countries. Thank you. And next, Mr. Sa. Well, Asian startup ecosystem and European startup ecosystem, the difference between the two. I'd like to have a different approach in terms of market entry barrier. Well, this market entry barrier can work in a different way depending on the company, because one element can be a barrier, but the same element can be a booster. For example, getting a visa itself can be a market entry barrier in the European countries and US countries. So you have to address this market barrier individually, case by case, country by country. And Hong Kong has a government-led incubators. The incubating center covers all the areas, and Hong Kong Science Park covers R&D based approach. It's more conducive and favorable to companies that pursue R&D activities together. So I have an experience in London. So there's this tech street in London, downtown area. So there's this corridor of IT and tech companies. And 10 years from now, I took the public servants of Korea and other entrepreneurs into this tech street, and I got questions from them. Where is Tech Street? So I'm like, you are in the Tech Street. So they don't even know what Tech Street is, where the Tech Street is. So if it were in Asia, it's about setting up a hardware and government-led initiatives and projects. And then there's a system support and software support. But in the US and European countries, it's more about autonomous and voluntary initiatives led by the private companies and private players. And then there is a government support later. Thank you. Thank you very much for the opinions. So there is a difference between the US, Asian, and European ecosystem for startups. So listening to your remarks, there are differences, but there are also similarities.
And move on to the second component. So we talk about the environmental changes in ecosystem. So building on your experiences on the ground, what kind of changes in startup ecosystem take place? Could you please share with us the changes in the startup ecosystem in Asia? So Mr. So, would you go first? So actually, it's been 6 years since I took this function, and the particular changes in Asian startup ecosystem are difficult to be defined. But in case of Hong Kong, foreign investment, foreign capitals are there, and most of them come from the UK and the US and Australia. Of course, the Western capital still remains, but outflow of the Western capital is prominent. And also the mainland China's capital is in. Alibaba and other big organizations from China made a huge investment in Hong Kong. So they put a lot of capital and operate this capital in Hong Kong. So Hong Kong and China, and building on Hong Kong, they try to advance into the Asian market. Then if you are in this case, then you can utilize the China capital operating in Hong Kong. So that would be one of the benefits you can take most out of Hong Kong capital. And so compared to the past, Asian capital is gravitated toward Hong Kong. Okay, then Jarek, could you please share?
I'd like to offer a differentiated opinion, and I do agree that on the Hong Kong portion as well. So I guess environmental changes, I look at it a little bit differently on top of just the constant changes in the ecosystem environment. If I be specific about ESG, the environment, the social governance, that we are looking at the compliance and framework that is, I'm seeing beginningly to increase compliance within the ecosystem. So then the question is, how does that affect the startups in the ecosystem in terms of your sustainability goal, for example? I guess one of the trending topics we're looking around here is the carbon offsetting, the carbon emissions by the different corporations. And the startups plays actually a role in here as well. Because if the startups move into reducing carbons on the services and the product they are offering, and they provide that for the corporate partners they are working with, or even government projects they're trying to aim for, it will create an advantage to the startups if they're compliant with ESG. And I'm seeing that increasingly in Asia, especially in Singapore, we are starting up a framework and a carbon tax on the startups and the businesses, your MNCs that's operating within the country, and that will cascade over to the ASEAN countries. So eventually, every Asian countries will then be looking into how to reduce carbon emission as well. And there's always the Paris Agreement, your COP27, that is actually looking into how, as collective front, as a global country, right, all of us, every country, in reducing that. So I see the changes in the environment and the parts the startup can play with, starting with the startups as they're starting a new business field and where they're creating solutions, then they have an added advantage in the ESG portion.
네, 아주 또
Thank you very much for pointing out. Good point. And in Asia, ESG changes are taking place in Asian ecosystem, and you also put much emphasis on the incentive that are given to startups who adhere to compliance. And Tantin, please.
Based on our experience, we did environmental changes through policy making. So 3 years ago, we established Astana IT Hub, and we did tax preferences for Astana Hub participants. It's 0 for capital gain, it's 0 for corporate income tax, it's 0 for VAT. It's more or less 0 tax for all participants at this Astana IT Hub. On top of that, we, after Astana Expo 2017, the government granted all exhibitions to the Astana IT Hub, so it's around 22,000 square meters, which are subsidized for our participants. So we start first year for free, and after we increase the payments, but it was a good start to move and to collect startup ecosystem around the Kazakhstan in one place. On top of that, we did a co-living. So Astana IT Hub, we bought apartments for our participants, also for free. So all startups around the Central Asia motivated to move to Astana IT Hub to work there. So it's visa-free, it's tax-free. We have a co-living, so you can live for free, and there is, another incentives in Astana IT Hub. That's how we work. On top of that, in Kazakhstan, we are facing lack of venture money. I mean, we are not like most of the Asian countries. We are very, very small. So what we did from policy making, there is obligation for our commodities companies to pay 1% out of the turnover on yearly basis to local startups. So every year they pay they invest 1% out of the net turnover to R&D through local startups. That's how we want to add from government side to venture. There is also a good instrument maybe to use in, not maybe in Korea, but maybe in other countries of Asia. Thank you.
네, 우리 강킨 대표님께서 말씀하신
So actually, listening to your experiences taught me that the government-led incentives are given through which the government put much effort to create a startup ecosystem. And Mr. Son? So actually, this is my turn to talk about the policies environment. So let me touch upon the management ecosystem. So it's not limited only to Asia. It is a global trend in changes of management. Of course, startup ecosystem is polarized. And the second one is the de-investment transparent in Korea and in Asia. And last one is ESG, but someone is talking about the ESG sector, so I will only brief you on the second two components. So ecosystem is polarized, and CV Insight is well known to you, and global unicorn, they are counting global unicorn companies. And current status taught me that the US, China, and India's unicorn companies account for 74% of the entire unicorn companies, which means domestic markets are well established, and those countries with well established markets are easy to establish and produce unicorns. And of course, in other countries, there is a limitation for startups to easily scale up with limited domestic market. So domestic startups only focus on the domestic market, then they are not gonna able to be gonna evolve into unicorn companies. And this also boosts the polarization in the startup ecosystem. And second component is the decline in investment. You are aware of, right? So the interest rate is increasing and the baseline interests are increasing, and our economy is nearing the recession, and also there is a great uncertainty in starting a new business. Of course, we are witnessing the difficulties to attract investment on the ground, and I read an article from Francoprint News, and I look at the Q3 investment trend. Global venture investment dramatically retreated or dropped, and no one knows for sure. We will experience another dramatic change in Q4 in 2022 in investment. So of course there are many challenges ahead of startups, and I believe the next topic would be the responses to changes in ecosystem. You talked about the ESG and polarization and the decline in investment. So there are the changes in ecosystem. And now let me move on to the third component.
말을 많이
So you talked about environmental changes. So some companies can leverage these changes into an opportunity, but others can be just swayed away amid these changes. So if this is a crisis, then how do we overcome this crisis? We need a set of strategy, right? So we'll start from Mr. Kankin. We'll start with Mr. Kankin, please.
Thank you. So environmental changes, that's
opportunity or
the main driver of all
Main
changes
driver.
in our world. So without all these changes in healthcare, in fintech, in security, in transparency, we wouldn't have all these unicorns what we have as of now. That's why I always, maybe I'm optimistic in my life, and I always see a lot of opportunities in all these changes, in environmental changes. So I'm quite positive in all these crises, in all these changes, and all these changes will change the world and will move forward.
우리 강킨 대표님께서는 항상 짧
Your comment is always brief. You are good at timekeeping. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Next, Mr. Hao, Teaching Hao.
So opportunity of crisis, right? We're looking at. I see it in two ways. So one, there are definitely a lot of opportunities for startups, for corporations in the environment changes. As we are speaking about fundings, we're talking about ESG framework. We're also talking about the government support. As we're entering a sort of a soft recession around the ASEAN market, wise across all the Asian countries, Asia countries as well, they are significantly dropped, and we are sensing that from what A's perspective is in the investment money is coming in, even in Singapore as well, and we see that also as a global movement starting from the US. So the amount of fundings that we can attract as a startups has then got to be a bit more creative than what it usually is. So on top of usual pitch of why your solution is that great, why would that be the best solution for the corporate? You have to add on new things, and that's where the opportunity is. If you're looking at ESG, it's an added advantage in terms of, on top of getting our services, we help with your ESG compliance, for example. And that's value add into the corporates they are trying to work with, for example. And that is where the opportunity, I think, is. So for most corporates who have, of course, a wider customer base, they have kind of a little bit more money to spend, they are willing to invest in that. Then your questions might lie in, what about the SME, your small, medium-sized enterprises? Can they afford to use a solution like that? Can they afford to pay more for ESG compliance kind of solution? Then there's, in their opinion, that could have been some kind of crisis for them. Because now with the taxation coming in carbon and the government framework saying that you have to be greener, or we'll start taxing you, or we put restrictions around some parts, right? And we see that in countries even like China, where are starting their carbon tax as well. So in all that changes, the small, medium-sized company will definitely kind of be constrained or restricted, and they will see that a little bit as a crisis from themselves. So if you combine the two things together, a crisis and the opportunity lies for the startups, right? There's less fundings, but there are opportunities to come forward to work with the corporates for their solutions, right? But I have to look even in themselves whether they can provide these ESG compliance solutions, or the government has also the same amount of support there for them with lesser funding, that is. That's my opinion.
네, ESG 관련해서 아까도 지금도 말씀을 해주셨는데 아까 말씀하셨듯이
Yes, as you said, the venture companies, especially the small and medium companies, well, if there's too strict compliance requirements, then these SMEs might be relocating to countries with less strict ESG compliance. What do you think?
That's actually a very good point there, I think. Now, if you look at the, if you're absolutely right to say in Singapore, we start off the carbon emission tax as a one point of discussion. The small, medium-sized company then will look to move into the region, which is absolutely what's happening. We take an example, they move to Indonesia, they move to Vietnam, where such compliance has not happened, and there's opportunity for them to continue operating as it is with lower costs. So the government is aware, and A's role is actually to help even our startups to go overseas, regionally, tap onto resources that's available there. So if you look at two key countries for today's discussion, if I move to Vietnam, I can have lower manufacturing costs as a company, even as a startup. If I'm a hardware startups, I produce lower, I have lower labor costs there. So I produce my hardware component in less cost in a factory in Vietnam, and not caring about ESG, to be honest. But if I come to Korea, I have higher quality tech talent, right? With probably lesser labor costs compared to Singapore as well. So if startups to be nimble, no longer can just be in one country, especially in Singapore, such a small country. They have to be global. I will have tech talent in Korea, I will have manufacturing in Vietnam, and maybe have finance services in Indonesia, where they have good fintech in that country. So the startups are then encouraged by our government and support from our organization is to bring them regionally to look into the resources and advantage in East Asian country, right? So that's a very good point.
감사합니다. 네, 또 스 대표님도 말씀해 주시죠.
Yes, thank you. So crisis versus opportunity. Well, this applies to any company, any entity. So there's a change. This could either be a crisis, and if you adapt yourself well, then that crisis can turn itself into an opportunity. So I'd like to share my experience. 3 years ago, I met with a company that developed a Thur drive, autonomous driving software. And this company was operating a U.S. presence in Silicon Valley. And Ohio state government was really active in adopting this autonomous driving technology. And this company that relocated to Cincinnati, Ohio State. And I visited this branch in Ohio. And this U.S. branch is now hiring 60 engineers. So I asked the president, what is the reason for your success? And the president said, the Ohio state government was really active in supporting the technology. So that's how the company won the contract in transforming the airport and terminal system into autonomous operating system. So the ambition of this president is to turn all the systems at the airport, U.S. airport, into autonomous driving system, and the logistics system too, in 2 or 3 years. That was the ambition of the president. So my point here is that, and my point doesn't apply to all the companies, but each company, each government, each local government or each central government has different policy sets that could support your initiative. So if you do your research well, then you're going to find the government that fits just perfectly to your portfolio and ambition. Thank you. Mr. Son? Crisis and opportunity always exist together. So I'm going to just skip the general comments, which were already covered by all of you. Well, from the perspective of policy, crisis is a crisis. Well, a lot of startup companies are going through a set of crises these days. So our perspective is to give the most relevant support to help these companies get through this crisis, and how to help companies that fell once to rise up again and back to their position. So this conference is all about improving the environment or conditions for startup. So I understand this objective of this whole conference. The rationale behind this conference is to give help or assistance to Asian startups or potential startups, but different countries have different policy sets. But sharing information and trying to build a network among Asian countries is also an important objective of this conference. It should be an important objective of this conference. So all the startups want to go through this crisis stronger and more prosperous, but that definitely requires cooperation among countries from the perspective of policy support. Yes, thank you for the comments. Many Asian countries have different sets of support, so that could be a good tool to be utilized by startup companies to get through this crisis. So building a network is really important. Yes, I do agree. So we're going to move on to the last question.
And I believe this is the most important question to all of you. So actually, Busan Metropolitan City is a host of Fly Asia 2022 with a view to make Busan Metropolitan City evolve into a Asian startup ecosystem hub. This is a big dream that Busan has. So we try to invite all of you to share your experiences, but at the same time, we would much like to listen to you with regards to recommendations to Busan City so it can become an Asian startup ecosystem hub. And of Busan, so you are not from Busan City, right? So you might not know well about Busan City, but building on your short experiences in Busan, could you please share with us recommendations to Busan City so that it can become an Asian startup hub? It is very important question to all of Busan local residents. So could you please go first for Mr. So, is there any recommendations you would like to provide us? It's a very difficult question though, right? 2 years ago, actually Busan, those from Busan City reached out to me for my help. That was like Hong Kong is not good at financial market at the time, and the securities companies and banks in Hong Kong will run out. So Busan City reached out to me to attract those securities companies and financial sector companies. And you might know that it's very difficult, right? But actually, they reach out to me for a simple help. And to be honest, in order for us to develop financial market, we need to nurture bankers, investors, HR personnel, lawyers, attorneys, and asset management managers and accountants. And of course, the language should be English, right? These are the prerequisite, and the tax system is of great importance to become a trailblazer in financial market and sector. So in that sense, there are a whole lot of room for improvement in Busan. So I don't think Busan is ready for this. But actually, in my opinion, Busan's ecosystem is far behind these requirements. But Busan's population and the surrounding industries hold a great potential for startups to grow their own. And the fundamentals are there in Busan City. And Busan City should come up with policy schemes to support startups. Then they are able to attract investment and they also create a great networking opportunities for startups. Of course, Busan has sheer limitations because its size and the market size as well. So neighboring countries like Singapore, Japan, and China, they try to reach out to those neighboring countries by providing startups with support policies. Then this will be a good opportunity to startups in Busan City. And yesterday, I pay a visit to Daegu City's company, and there are a lot of liquidity in Daegu City. So Daegu City tries to make an investment in startups. So they reach out to me to introduce startups to be invested, but that was not the role that I am engaged in. So that was a role for matchmaker. So that role can be done by Busan Metropolitan City or some startup centers. Then this will lay the fertile ground for Busan startups to attract foreign investment or other regional investment. Thank you very much, and thank you for being honest. Nurturing experts are great important. So as a professor, I feel responsibility in some sense. And also, Busan needs to reach out to neighboring countries like Japan and China and Singapore. So this should be supported by the Busan local government, and that would be a great reference to Busan City's policies. And Jarek or Tichunhao, could you please share your recommendations to Busan City?
I guess it's one of the toughest questions to be answered, as is rightfully pointed out. So I offer a different opinion, I would think. If you look at Korean market itself, there's around, as I last checked, 18 unicorn or so that's created in Southeast Asia. There's about 25 in Singapore. The number's not too far away. And I lean into the kind of work that my organization that I represent, ACE, does in Singapore. We've set up for close to 20 years to set up a brand new startup ecosystem in Singapore. Started from nothing 20 years ago to what we are now, right? And I think looking back in answering this question, what will work for Busan is a tall order. I don't think we all have the answer. But what I can say is maybe we start internally. Busan can support the growth of the startup in Seoul and the neighborhood countries, the neighboring cities around Seoul if they're operating in, to attract them in Busan to then form this ecosystem within Korea first. Maybe that bumps up your number on unicorn to 25, 30, 35. Then that creates a vibrant Korean ecosystem to begin with, right? Then in that aspect, Busan then now become more ready to be, as you rightfully point out, international. They have more higher English speaking abilities. They are more fluent with working in time zones, your Caucasians, your Europeans, and people that works in different ways and manner, right? Then they create a culture and a support structure that does that. The government then can put in policies to support that further. Maybe a reduction in the ecosystem for foreign startups to land here in terms of taxes, in terms of providing the spaces for them, right? Maybe first 3 years, lower income bracket for them, so that they pay less tax, etc. Then that will slowly start to increase the advantage in coming to Busan to set up. But we can tap in on resources that's both here and in the whole part of Korea as a startup coming in. I would think, in my opinion, if we start an ecosystem within Busan to first support Korea, and then start supporting the neighborhood countries in the likes of Japan maybe, right? And maybe Taiwan, Hong Kong, and then Singapore, right? If startups are creative bunch of entrepreneurs, I would think that as I was a founder myself, if I see opportunity coming here, getting talents, and in a university setting, where there are a lot of R&D, deep techs, IPs, which are untapped, and there is that. And I can come here as a founder to then leverage on these IPs for my startups that give me an advantage. And normal SaaS startups, for example, with an IP is a huge advantage, market competitiveness. Then if I see Korea has the infrastructure, they have English-speaking developers, the developers are great talent, there's IP from universities, the youth are keen on entrepreneurship, then I can come here and set up. And I think as a startup, I would do that. Now, if you look at my home country in Singapore, when we started the journey of entrepreneurship, we look at ourselves, we are a small country with no resources, we only have humans. What we did is to look into what ACES calls it, the 5 pillars. You look into your universities in creating young entrepreneur minds. What does it take to be entrepreneur? Do you need English? Do you need computer science skills? Do you need hardware skills, right? And then we move into government policies, corporate partnership. Do you work in the likes of Hyundai, right? Your corporate government here, a Naval Cloud, for example. We work with your corporates that's here in Korea to support that. Then we move into ecosystem support, for example. What's your incubator that's here, the accelerator, that is commercial accelerators that supports that, or government-fronted incubation accelerators that do that. And last but not least, how that we promote that awareness of entrepreneurship as the next step, or even as a career for the young people or mid-career switch personnel here in Korea. That's my opinion.
Thank you very much. And in Busan, you first created a startup ecosystem internally in Busan. You eloquently pointed out. And of course, we need to increase the high fluency in English. And that is a great point. Thank you. And Kankin, CEO Kankin, could you please share recommendations to Busan City?
So personally, Busan is an amazing, beautiful city. I would wish Almaty to be like a Busan in the future. As I answered in our first question, we all agencies, all governments, we all using the same instruments, more or less. It's a venture, it's a policy making, there is some incentives, there is a lot of instruments. We all do the same, but devil in details. So what we receive from my experience after Russia-Ukraine crisis, there is a lot of Russian-Ukraine companies relocated from their countries. In one day, we have a good experience. In one day, thousands and thousands of people across border and move to neighborhood countries. And when we did a Q&A session, like an interview with all these people, why you moved to Kazakhstan, to Almaty? We thought that it's some tax incentives, maybe there is a lot of different motivations, but the answer was very simple. That was the people and environment. They went to Almaty, they moved to Almaty because it was friendly, eco-friendly, easy to live, cost of living, just simple things that we never thought would be a factor to people to move to Almaty. And from this perspective, I think that Busan should think about it a little bit. Maybe another advice, as after Astana Expo, I mean in 2030 you will have Busan Expo, right? And maybe it's also a good idea to convert all this area to biggest startup IT hub in Asia. Maybe it would be good for Busan to have some special tax regime, independent from central regime. Maybe it should be tax-free, total tax-free. No tax at all. There should be some good motivations for people to move and to live in Busan. I think that's a few recommendations from my side. Thank you.
So actually the motivation is of great importance, and of course their instrument and incentives are important, but we need to lay the fertile ground. In particular, Busan should make most out of their strength And so they try to provide a livable place for foreign startups provided by Busan City. Last but not least, Mr. Son, could you please share with us your recommendations to Busan City? And I am the last speaker. That puts me a lot of burden, right? Because all of three speakers mentioned everything that I want to say. So, as a disclaimer, my opinions are personal opinions different from my organization. And when I work for a local government, they throw a question, how can we do? And my answers are also the same and similar. So every region has their own uniqueness. So every region should take most out of their uniqueness. And local government should find out incentives rolled out to startups. So, and the three speakers already mentioned these things. Silicon Valley, when you think of the US, the Silicon Valley comes to your mind first. And when you think of Korea, the Seoul is the most most startup friendly area, and ranks number 10 in terms of the cities with an environment conducive to startups. Because Seoul metropolitan city has good resources and infrastructure, then every startups should go to Silicon Valley? No, it's not the case. In case of New York, media companies are concentrated, and it is Silicon Valley. So media-related startups are concentrated in the New York City, not in the Silicon Valley. So Busan is famous for international movie event. So actually Busan should utilize their strength to become a global city. So they have to roll out some items that garner attraction from global participants, and building on this strength, they are able to seize a great opportunity by providing startups with startup-friendly ecosystem. But I am belonging to organizations, so my opinions are my personal opinions. So you said Busan should pay attention to their uniqueness and their strength to lay the foundation for startup ecosystem. And all of four panelists shared with us recommendations to Busan City to become an Asian startup hub, and they're very honest. And so I would like to give you some minutes to deliver final remarks or closing remarks. So could you go first? So actually, many of you are related to startups, and I supported 270 startups and large corporations to advance into the foreign market. So spirit of challenge is important. So don't be afraid of going into the global market. So be passionate to identify and utilize and leverage on the foreign countries' support schemes so your startups can advance into the foreign market in a proactive manner.
I think I must say I'm be Asia, and I'm sure a lot of us as well. There's a lot of advantages in Asia, and in Asia market itself, we ought to be collaborative. There are a lot of things that we can learn from our Western counterparts, but in Asia, what we have is, I think, the willingness to work together. Right, regardless of the country that you're coming from, could it be Japan, it is Korea, it's Singapore, it's Thailand, Kazakhstan, it wouldn't matter. Collectively, I think if you see Asia as a whole and as a startup, you have a lot of runway. You have a lot of opportunities to be anywhere in Asia where you can take advantage of manufacturing costs, labor costs, tech talent, right, and even time zone. So if you have a setup in Australia, as an example, and then Singapore, right, you pretty much can cover a good portion of time zone as well. So I encourage any founders here, the startups entrepreneurs, academics, and the audiences sitting here, or thinking about the startups. There's no better time to do it right now the recession as we know is coming is both an opportunity and not a crisis for us to get started. Thank you.
예, 강킨.
Duncan, please.
Devil in details, as I mentioned 2 or 3 times, we all use the same ingredients. Everybody understand what to do. It's easy, right? It's not rocket science. So everybody understands what to do, but the main thing that devil in details, it depends how you would mix all your ingredients in one product, in which volume you will put all these ingredients. And that's what makes one startup successful, another not successful. So that's why devil in details, we have to be very, very careful with all these ingredients, and we have to be, all decisions should be data-driven. It's available right now. All your decisions should be data-driven, and once you do all, steps, you would be more likely successful. Thank you.
네, 손 실장님.
Mr. Son, recently I studied what innovation looks like, and there is a commonality in innovation is a freshness. And keynote speakers mentioned innovation, and they also talked about the entrepreneurship and startups. And I truly believe you are paying much attention and you put a high interest in ecosystem of startup, and you are the entities and players in the startups ecosystem. So I hope you should find the freshness so that you can create innovation. And last but not least, my special thanks go to all the organization committee for inviting me to this important event. Thank you very much. And for all of 4 panelists provide us with insights, and there are youth startups, and your insights will be inspirational to youth startups. And so you shared with us recommendations to Busan City to become a genuine Asian startup hub. So actually, it's very regrettable for us not to receive questions from the floor, but for the interest time, we are not able to do that. So this ends the first session and panel discussion. Thank you very much for your participation.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. And actually, we listened to recommendations to Busan Metropolitan City to become a genuine Asian startup hub. And so language and policies and instruments and the uniqueness of a region are topics that are addressed. So your insights will be incorporated into the future Busan policy scheme. Then this will make Busan genuine Asian startup hub. So my special thanks go to all the moderator and the panelists. So please give them a big round of applause.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. And we will make arrangement for the stage. So we are preparing for the next stage. And then please be patient for a while we are making stage arrangement. And they are having a photo session. And actually, the first session was an opportunity for us to learn about the importance of the startup ecosystem, as well as its connectivity and networking opportunities. And without further ado, actor Cho Jin-woong will be on the stage to precede the celebrities session. So please wait for a while. Then we will kick off the celeb session without further ado.
네, 자 그럼 이제
Thank you for your patience. Let us start the celeb session, the dream towards new innovation and fly forward. Let's welcome actor Cho Jin-woong with a round of applause.
안녕하십니까.
Hello, everyone. I'm Cho Jin-young, an actor of Korea. It's nice to meet you, and honestly, I don't know what to do, and I just came here to say hi. So this is an expo of startups. Congratulations on this big event, and I wish you success. So did you start your own company, all of you? You did? Because I started my own company in 2018. I built a company called JWENT, a production company. And there's this story that I want to share with you. And I shared my story before this stage with other directors and producers, and they were like, "Oh, it's boring. It's not that fun." They weren't curious enough. So I think, well, I built my own company because I wanted to share my stories, and I'm regretting right now a little bit. Why did I start my own company? I could have just stayed an actor. I could have remained an actor. Why did I start my own company in this harsh environment, and why am I struggling? But to be honest, I don't have regrets that much right now. I am not fearful, because if you have a dream, if you have a vision, be confident about your dreams and visions. My dream is to meet as many audience as possible through my movies and films. So do you have your dream? Because I am rushing towards my dream without any fear. And I'm sure you will do the same for your dream. Well, starting your company is not easy. There's no one supporting your dream, because it's about zero-sum game. We have this big pie, and if you start your own company, then other people's share will decrease. But I don't believe that's true, because my story, my experience will become a great source of inspiration for anyone who's hesitating to start their own companies. So I encourage you to start your own company. Do not hesitate. Do not fear. Just go for your objective, go for your dreams. So let us start the session with a big shout out to ourselves. Yeah, that's the spirit that we need. You have to have this fighting spirit to get through the obstacles. So there are a lot of actors and people who started their own companies, production companies. So I started this company amid the COVID situation, or just before the COVID situation, and people are like, why? Why did you do that? Because a lot of them closed their company. They had to shut down their company, and there are a lot of seniors in my industry that I respect a lot. And he said, well, these production companies have become refugees. And 2 years have passed since then, and COVID pandemic is not over yet, and you are wearing your mask still. And before coming onto the stage, I have to wear my masks. But there's nothing we can do about this COVID situation, because humanity, we always have been getting through a series of crises. So do we have to stop here? Do we have to be stopped by this COVID situation? We do our things every day. We live our days having hopes in our mind, in our heart. So humanities have prospered through crisis. We've continued ourselves through a set of crises. We can do this. I can do it, and you can do it. We can do it. So starting a company is not about decreasing the shares of the pie. It's about coexistence. It's about growing the pie. So my small lecture here, my small story here doesn't mean anything significant, but I have one purpose here. I'd like to encourage you to stay true to our essential self. That is one drive engine for us to survive and prosper. I'll keep acting. I will keep producing with all myself, with all the dedication and commitment I can muster up, and I'll keep learning. Without that, my existence will not have any meaning. And of course, we have a pioneer. These pioneers, I never call them someone who will take the shares out of me. They are teachers. I'm always open to learning from them. And recently, I finished shooting this movie called Dokjan 2. And if you look at the first series, the last scene was in Norway. So it was really a hard experience for me. So Norway has a population of 5.5 million, and only 200 Koreans are living in Norway. So there's no direct flight between Korea and Norway. So there's always this way around some other places and countries. And I too had to go to Doha first, and then to Oslo. And then it took about 4 hours, additional hours from Oslo to the shooting place. So 4 hours, 7 hours, and then 4 hours again. And if you add waiting hours at the airport, it's 25 hours. And they asked me to go to Norway again because we have to start from the last scene of the first movie. And I went there again, and it's not exotic anymore. You know, at the first visit, I was like, wow, this is Norway. This is exotic. I love it. But on my second visit, it wasn't really mysterious anymore. And of course, I asked my manager, how's it? And he's like, wow, I'm here in the Northern Europe. So that was me at my first visit. So if you think about this more generally, there are followers, there are second timers. And I am a second timer, right? And I think I did quite well, quite better compared to my first visit. So my feeling of curiosity and this exotic feeling, exotic sense of this country, it's not there anymore, but I did it better. I've been to many shooting places, I've been to many shooting sites, but if you do it better, if you can do it better compared to the first time, then you don't need this mysterious feelings anymore. And this second movie will not be released in the movie theater. It's going to be released in Netflix. So I suggested that let's have a premiere because I want to meet this audience. I want to see their reaction. And this producer of Believer 2 said, okay, let's do that. So having a premiere for a movie that's going to be released only through the OTT platform, including Netflix, I think it's going to be a really fun experience. And the audience, the reaction will be very unique. So this is also a challenge for me, right? New opportunity. So it's all about your spirit. It's all about your mindset. So what were you thinking when you started your own company? So you make a first step. You started it anyhow, and you have to make a step forward from that point on. So this first step and steps that follow that first step are important. So you have to be true to yourself in every step you make. You have to be committed to your steps. So what I am saying to you right now, and as you started with this good fighting spirit, I'd like to end my story with the same fighting spirit. Thank you.
네,
So actually, we are full of passion, and I do myself for cheering up myself. And please give him a big round of applause once again. Thank you so much for taking part in this event out of your hectic schedule. And actually, we have seamless session, and we do have 1 hour break. And next session is followed by the session 2 title under the theme of what kind of opportunities are sought after by Asian global VCs in times of crisis. And we'll meet you again at 13:30, 1:30 p.m. KST.
네, 안녕하세요.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome you all to this important event. I am Lee Misa, today's MC. Good to see you all. Now we'll kick off the first main session of the afternoon session, main session 2, under the theme of what opportunities are Asian VCs looking for in the crisis. So I'd like to have a short housekeeping announcement. And our conference is going on and offline, so our Korean English versions of the streaming are available, and official website will allow you to find out the materials and slide text, and you can take part in the Q&A via chat box function. And we are providing simultaneous interpretation services. So if you need this service, please find the receiver on your table, channel 1 for Korean and 2 for English. Without a further ado, we'll kick off the session 2 in the crisis. What opportunities are Asian VCs looking for? And I would like to introduce to you the moderator of CEO Junhyuk Bae from Korea Value Investment. So please, and all the panelists, please come up to the stage. Please give them a big round of applause.
Please come up to the stage and take a seat, please. 네, 무대 위로 올라오셔서
Please come up to the stage and take your seats. All the panelists and moderator, please take your seats. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you for your cooperation, and I'd like to hand over my microphone to moderator CEO Bae. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Now we have get together here. I will introduce our panelists to you. Michael Lynch, he is from Golden Gate Ventures, his partner in charge of Vietnam, Malaysia, and Dojuan, South Asia. Hi, Michael. Say anything? So say hello.
Hi guys, I'm Michael, based out of Singapore, and I'm a partner at Golden Gate Ventures. Pleasure to be here.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. And Mr. Shi Shui, we can call him Sean. He is Executive Director of CICC Capital. Please, Sean, say hello.
Hello, everybody. I'm Sean. From China and based in Beijing. Our platform is CICC Capital, is the subsidiary of the most leader investment banking of CICC. And currently, we also have set up a Sino-Korea cooperation platform called the CICC Ascent. And I'm right now in charge of this platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. And Mr. Lee Jun-hee, he is Vice Chairman of Korea Venture Capital Association. Mr. Lee.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As introduced, I am Junhee Lee, Vice Chairman from Korea Venture Capital Association. Nice to see you all.
And finally, Mr. Haochi Chehee, he is the CEO of Tensely. Please.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for welcoming me. I'm Haochi from France, based in Dubai, and I'm working in early stages companies, and especially in investment.
Thank you. From now on, Mr. Michael Lynch will give us a really important statement. Please, Michael.
Well, thanks again, everyone, and very good to be here. I think it's my it's my fourth trip to Korea this year, but never been to Busan. So this is my first time here. It's a true pleasure. What I want to do for the next, I'd say, 20 to 25 minutes is kind of talk about what VCs are looking for in this current environment, and then we'll continue with a panel discussion. As everyone knows at the moment, it is a very, very difficult environment. The macroeconomic signs don't look good from where we are right now. So I want to talk through, as investors, what do we tend to look for? What do we talk to with our founders? What are sort of the big signs and the big trends that we foresee for next year? But what I'll do first, I'll do a brief introduction about ourselves and our firm. As I mentioned, I am Michael. I'm based out of Singapore. I've been in Singapore for the past 10 years. I'm a partner at Golden Gate Ventures. Golden Gate is an early stage VC firm that was founded about 11 years ago. Our focus is Southeast Asian early stage startups. So we invest in markets such as Singapore, Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam, Philippines, and Thailand. But we've also made investments here in Korea. Companies such as Kelta Labs and My Music Taste are also part of our portfolio. What is interesting about Southeast Asia is that about 10, 11 years ago, there wasn't really an ecosystem. There weren't that many investors. There were a few, I would say, angel investors, some private equity funds, and some VC funds that were mainly backed by the Singapore government. But as of recent, that ecosystem has really grown really fast. And I'll talk a little bit about the ecosystem, but also how we navigate through the current difficult environment. On our firm itself, we're currently at fund number 4, which is a $120 million fund that invests in seed and Series A across Southeast Asia. We're industry agnostic, so we invest in different industries ranging from logistics, agri-tech, health tech, and e-commerce. We have 3 offices. Our headquarters are based in Singapore. We have an office in Jakarta, and we have an office in Ho Chi Minh City as well, Vietnam. But maybe some key observations, and more importantly, what is the world that we're in right now? I'll give a quick anecdote. In 2021, we had a record year of venture capital investments across the globe. And to give an example for Southeast Asia, we had over $21 billion of invested capital across early and mid-stage startups. That was an amount that we've never seen before in the region. We had large investors such as Tiger Global, KKR, Warburg Pincus, Sequoia, all investing in the region. But earlier this year, specifically in January and February, I was talking to a lot of the private banks, and they were all very concerned. Their biggest concern was there were a few IPOs coming up, and they didn't think that those IPOs would actually hit the price that they had in mind. And then Russia-Ukraine happened, and then interest rates went up. And you saw more and more that VC funding slowed down. It started in Q2 of this year, and it was worse in Q3 of this year as well. More and more VCs said, hey, I really want to understand what's going to happen in the next year, so I'm going to slow down my pace of investments. But not only VCs. We saw limited partners, people that invest in our funds, slowing down as well. And as a consequence, it was harder and harder for startup founders to fundraise. And as it became harder and harder, the entire ecosystem cooled off. Now, it's very unclear what's going to happen next year. But I do have a few pointers in terms of advice of where things are going to go. I was speaking to the New York Stock Exchange a few weeks ago, and they told me that this has been their slowest year in a decade. Only a handful of IPOs. And the ones that did go IPO, the pricing wasn't that good. So everyone is concerned. If you are a startup founder and you didn't raise your round of funding last year, what's going to happen this year? Are you going to cut costs? Will you be able to fundraise? So there's a lot of concern for startup founders. But there's another key observation that we've seen. As venture grew last year, more and more larger funds were investing all over the globe, from Korea to Europe to the US to India, and also in Southeast Asia. With regulation in China technology sector cracking down, more investors were looking at alternative ways to still invest in technology but go into other markets. So Southeast Asia saw this influx of really big funds investing in companies, in some cases at a very high valuation as well. What we also saw was that a lot of companies that were raising were raising on growth and not so much raising on profitability or on revenue multiples. When earlier this year, these companies came back to the market to fundraise again, a lot of VCs said, hey, hold on, you raised on this huge multiple on your revenue or based on your market growth. With the current concerns, I actually want to focus more and more on your sustainable metrics. Do we see profitability into your company in the next few years? So for some investors and for some founders, the discipline that they had earlier on in maybe 2018 or 2019 went out the door. There was so much capital available that we've seen companies raising a Series A round at over $100 million in valuation. But how are you going to raise your second round at twice the valuation if you can't hit your numbers? So a bit of the investment discipline was gone. And that was a big concern for us as investors. But we also noticed that not every single business model is venture backable. As venture investors, and my colleagues on the panel know better than I do, as venture investors, you need a big return. Your fund needs to return 5 or 10x. That means for every company we invest in, we need to return 50 to 100x on those investments. If you're a generic e-commerce company in Indonesia, at the moment, it's going to be very hard to make those returns. So we are looking for, hey, what is going to be that next big cycle? And where do we see a lot of opportunity? And I'll talk a bit more about some of the trends that we're seeing as investors. The question is also, what do I do as an investor? Do I support my companies when I need help? Am I going to spend time with the companies that are having a hard time fundraising? I know for a fact that for the underperforming companies, me spending a lot of time as an investor takes away time of the good companies that might need my help as well. So there's a lot of debate as investors in where do I put my priorities when there is this big downturn. But there are a few things that you can do. I think you always need to go back to your business fundamentals. I think as a founder, but also as an investor, having business fundamentals is crucial because it's going to help you through the bull market, but it will also help you through a bear market. Raising a massive amount of capital is not always the right direction. Sometimes you need to raise just enough for your business and to make sure that you survive the next 12 to 18 months and then your next fundraise is based on solid fundamentals. So we're seeing more and more founders now cutting costs. We're seeing more and more founders focusing on, I want to be profitable in the next few years. We're seeing more and more founders understanding that if you are raising a late stage round, those investors have a different priority and they have different ways of doing due diligence and valuing your company. We're also seeing that your standard business-to-consumer companies, high-growth, high-burn companies have come out of fashion. People are more and more focusing on solid business fundamentals. It is not just about growing, growing, and growing without having solid metrics underneath, without growing sustainable revenue, without building your team. When you go into a new market, we really want to understand what is your biggest differentiator. So the discussions that investors have with the portfolio companies and with their founders has changed over time. And these changes are coming fast because are we at the bottom of the market? Are we going to see more? We're very unsure. If you look at big seismic events like FTX recently, there's big concern that we haven't hit the bottom yet, that we are going to see more impact on the venture ecosystem. There were a number of companies in our market in Southeast Asia that are planning to IPO beginning of next year. And most of those IPOs have been postponed, some of them indefinitely. So the first few months of next year are still going to be fairly uncertain. This doesn't mean it's all bad. Luckily, there's some good news as well. We still feel there is plenty of opportunity in different market segments, and I'll talk a bit more about some sectors that are exciting for us as investors. But I think in terms of approach, your business fundamentals have never changed. The moment you start a business and you do it based on a business model that is sustainable, you do it based on sustainable growth, a solid team, an industry that needs disruption or that has growth in it. If you do it based on understanding your industry and knowing where growth comes from, working with strategic investors that add value to your business over time, I think those fundamentals never change. So there's still enough room to build a business. Just be very conscious and well thought about what you're building and who you're building it for. I wanted to show a snapshot of how fast things can evolve. When I moved to Singapore about 10 years ago, we had a handful of VC investors and a handful of angel investors and some government grants. If you look at this slide now, and this is not even the entire ecosystem, within 2 years, the number of VCs in Southeast Asia or in Singapore alone grew from 125 to 250. So it doubled within 2 years. So this massive amount of capital in the region also meant that founders were able to raise money fairly fast. And we're now seeing a correction happen. Some of these large investors have decided Southeast Asia is still a very interesting market, but I don't want to over-allocate my capital. So they're more cautious. We're still seeing these big brand names being very bullish on Southeast Asia. There's a lot of talent, there's a young demographic. But people are more cautious making those investments. If I invest in Indonesia, am I going to invest in another fintech company? Or do I want something different? Am I going to look for more something in agri-tech, which is more an infrastructure play? But you see that this venture ecosystem evolves really, really fast. But it also means that for you as a founder, you need to find the right partner and try and navigate through this venture ecosystem. Here's some other interesting stats. Every single time an investor invests in a company, they're looking for a moment to exit. What is our time to get our money back as investors? What is our time to return capital? For Southeast Asia, that is not easy. I know that Korea has a very, very active stock exchange, but Southeast Asia is a very different beast. It has different markets with different stock exchanges. And not every investor in the market is keen on technology. For instance, if you look at Singapore, Singapore has a Singapore Stock Exchange called SGX. A lot of the traditional investors and retail investors are focusing on real estate, traditional businesses, and they haven't really adopted technology yet. But if you look at Indonesia, they've had 3 large listings within 1 year. A company called GoTo listed, which is a ride-hailing company. A company called Bukalapak has listed, and recently a company called Blibli has listed as well. So Indonesia is very prime and open to stock exchange listings. And then funny enough, if you look at Thailand, Thailand has a very, very strong stock exchange. It actually has the most transactions in the region. But you wouldn't think Thailand as a market to list your company on. So even as a founder and as an investor, it is very difficult to navigate all of these different ecosystems within this one market called Southeast Asia. And especially now, when things are harder, you really have to focus on, do I raise another round? do I want to hold off my listing a little bit longer for me to get the right price? So navigating through all of these different markets, different stock exchanges, working with different investors is very important in our market. That being said, the governments in the region are very, very bullish on technology. Indonesia has different programs for fintech companies to sandbox. Singapore has shown to be a leader as a fintech hub and a business-to-business hub, but also working with deep tech companies, companies like Spectral and Space Tech. So there are very open arms when it comes to adopting technology. But how do you navigate that market? What I think is interesting in markets such as Korea, but also Southeast Asia, is that we're seeing what we call Entrepreneur 2.0. We're seeing this large influx of amazingly smart young people that have worked for companies like Google or Kakao or maybe Meta, and then decide, hey, you know what? I've worked in this tech company for the past 9 or 8 years. I want to build my own company. And we have noticed that these founders are just really sharp. They know how to fundraise. They know how to talk to investors. They're also very knowledgeable about how to build a team. And why is that? Because they've done this for 10 years under the wings of a bigger tech company. And that is very helpful when it comes to going through these tougher times, because if a founder talks to me and says, hey, Mike, I've been building companies under Gojek or Grab in Southeast Asia, and I've been leading a technology team, or I was the CTO of this big tech company, and I'm now branching out on my own, that gets me excited. So this new influx of kind of the second generation of entrepreneurs, this makes us very happy, because I think it is going to be the next unicorns that we see. Those unicorns are going to be different than the unicorns of 5-6 years ago. These founders are building a company in a very, very difficult environment. And you know what they're going to do? They are going to be focusing on building a sustainable business. They are going to focus on, how do I find and work with the right investors? They're very much understandable about, okay, maybe I don't get the highest valuation, but I'm getting the right valuation for my company at this point in time. And I'm really going to focus on business fundamentals while building my business. And you also don't want to be too dependent on going back to your VCs every 6 months or every 10 months. With a sustainable business, you would have a runway of at least a year. And these entrepreneurs really understand how the dynamic works. So we're very bullish on this next wave of entrepreneurs that are now ready to build a company. What else is interesting is that we're seeing people move back from the US and Europe and coming back to Southeast Asia. People have been to Stanford or worked at Facebook in Palo Alto and say, hey, you know what? I now want to build a company in my home country. And all that experience that they had from those mature markets are now valuable for Southeast Asia as well. Every few months within our team, we have a really fun session. We kind of look at the entire landscape of venture capital and want to understand, hey, what are the sectors that we are very, very keen on? And sometimes in those debates, it goes head to head, because I might like investing into NFTs or investing into biotech, while the partners want to focus more on logistic tech or agri-tech. So every few months, we do a landscape of what is going on in the market and what are some of the interesting sectors that we want to invest in. I've mentioned agriculture a few times. It is something that we're very bullish on. We really think that agriculture in markets like Indonesia and Vietnam is going to take off. How can you help farmers with technology? How can you build a better supply chain? How can you link retailers to farmers and cut out the middleman and create more yields for farmers? We see a lot of interesting developments within nutrition and wellness. I think during COVID, mental health was one of the topics that really was ripe for disruption as well. So it is consulting apps that help you kind of get through tougher periods. We've invested in a company that is focusing on IVF, helping couples that are looking to build a family. We're very bullish on what is happening within the digital space. Although digital assets have been very, very tough over the past few months, we still see a lot of application down the line in the longer future. Fintech for businesses is something that has really been picking up in the region as well. So we feel that there is enough to invest in. Just need to find your niche and need to find something that you really feel passionate about in terms of building, and you'll find the right investor to work with. Lastly, I want to talk about specifically Vietnam and why we are so bullish on expanding our business into Vietnam. As investors, we've been active in the Vietnamese market for the past 10 years. But as of recent, in June of this year, we've decided to open up an office and have a team on the ground in Ho Chi Minh City and in Hanoi as well. Vietnam is a very young and dynamic market with a very supportive government that have decided technology is going to be a big equalizer. It's going to help our young population build their own companies, create their own wealth, and generate new jobs in new industries. We've noticed in Vietnam that the founders are extremely smart, well-educated, and they build new stuff. We've looked at a smart battery company in Ho Chi Minh City about 2 years ago, before this was even picked up in markets like Europe and the US. We're seeing companies in the social commerce space, digital brokerage, that are really building for a next generation. I think what Vietnam has showcased with 100 million population, that you can build something for the Vietnamese ecosystem. I think the big question for Vietnam is going to be, how do we expand beyond Vietnam? You see that currently most Vietnamese entrepreneurs build for Vietnam, and although it's a very big market, we think there's an opportunity to go beyond Vietnam as well, where these companies can expand to markets like Malaysia or Thailand or even Indonesia, which has 2 big markets. But you notice that when you travel to Vietnam, it's very welcoming. The tech ecosystem is welcoming. There are a few amazing funds that are locally on the ground that are very helpful. It has amazing companies like VNG and VinFast that are at the latest stage. You'll find banks and corporates that are very, very supportive. And you've seen a large number of Korean conglomerates being very active on the ground as well. What I was able to showcase today in my presentation is that although these are very, very difficult times, we remain extremely bullish on investing in Southeast Asia and Korea, as we are active here as well. We would love to have a conversation with founders, other investors to do co-investments, see where we can be helpful. And if you are looking to expand in Southeast Asia, please feel free to welcome us, and I'm looking forward to our panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Michael gave us a lot of idea about fast-growing industry and potential market opportunities in Southeast Asia. And from now on, we may discuss the main topic. Well, in 21st century, last 2 decades, we have 2 crises. The first one is 2002 or 3. We faced collapse of bubble.com. We have a lot of serious problems at that time. And 2008, we have a subprime crisis. Now, a lot of people say this year is also the 3rd crisis. So let us clarify, what is the crisis for Asian startup? That's the first question. Let's clarify it. So who will talk about this one? The first one is very simple question. Mr. Lee, would you please?
Yeah, happy to start. I'll continue where I left off, I guess. I think what is currently very difficult for, in terms of the current crisis, is I think the combination of factors, where there is, of course, political issues within Europe. We're having rising interest rates, rising energy prices. We're seeing a heavy slowdown in the venture capital industry in terms of deploying capital. I think these combinations of factors are different than the crisis we saw in 2008 with GFC. I think navigating and understanding as a founder, for example, how are you going to fundraise? How am I going to find the right investors? Am I able to extend my runway? I think that is a difficult question to answer at the moment. We're seeing massive layoffs in the tech industry in the US. We're seeing it in Asia. We're seeing it in Europe. I think finding value as investors is going to be more difficult. I think raising capital is going to be more challenging in the coming months. And I think, the question is when and how do we get momentum back? When do we feel that sort of the macro is going to be better? When do we feel that the crisis is over and it's shifting towards opportunity? I think everyone is currently in a wait and see stance, and that makes it very, very difficult for founders and also for investors to navigate.
Great, thank you. Any other idea?
Okay, yeah,
Sean,
I'm gonna talk about this. Yeah, I think I'm pretty agree with Michael. I think this time the crisis is pretty much under a significant transition period from the last great cycle of the last decade. I'm gonna put this answer in the opposite way. Let's talk about what we enjoyed in the last decade, the most important growth drivers that we enjoyed in the last decade. It's actually we can talk about this from 3 layers. First of all, is the political wise. Actually, the last decade we have enjoyed a relatively harmonied global environment with a lot of countries, especially in Asia, has enjoyed the industry distribution. So, for example, China or Korea, we have enjoyed a lot of globalization dividends. I think in the next decades, this actually will be in the opposite way. It's quite in the anti-globalization cycle. And secondly is from the economic perspective. And I think in the last few decades, the global-wise is actually can print a lot of money and in a relatively easy environment. I think currently because of the inflation issues and problems, I think in the next stage it's going to be quite a balanced shrinking stage. So which means we will have less money, in the market. And at last is the technology perspective. I think in the last 1 or 2 decades, from the venture capital perspective, we enjoyed a lot of returns on the internet and artificial intelligence applications in different sectors and scenarios. And those application scenarios has the pattern with very steep growth and relatively large penetration potential. And I think at the current stage, most of the relatively easily sectors with easier patterns to be penetrated is almost fully covered or fully developed. So most of the low-hanging fruit, I think, is already done. So I think put these 3 layers together, we're in a quite significant transition cycle at current stage. And I think one of the problem is also that we actually don't know where we are heading and how long this transition period is gonna last. I think that those are the fundamental issues of the current stage crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, we may divide 2 sectors. One is for startup, another one is for pre-seed. Let's just talk about the pre-seed only. Raoji, do you have any idea? Mr. Lee? Anyone first? Yeah, Mr. Lee, please.
Yeah. So in case of startups, the most difficult barriers are the fundraising, and the second would be marketing strategies. But as of now, fundraising creates a source of concerns and problems. And we are at the crisis. And with regards to business, and as previous speakers eloquently put it, when it comes to business perspective, the smartphones changed the way industries work, and the COVID-19 pandemic brought about fundamental changes in the way we produce and the way we consume and the way we live in a fundamental manner. So traditional industries are now on collapse, and smart remote medicine and the smart logistics are now becoming a beneficiary of contactless society. So the abrupt changes in business model creates a challenge, at the same time opportunities for startups. Some startups disappear and some startups start their own businesses in pursuit of new opportunities, and the fundamental personnel will face with challenges, at the same time opportunities. So how we can manage this talent is one of the great issue as well.
Thank you. Mr. Houti?
According to me, I think a lot of things have been said already by my colleagues. But for me, there are three barriers that the companies will have to overcome. The first is access to market. And for me, it's the most important thing. The startups will have to come from growth model to profit models, which is important for investors. And especially how they're going to convince their customers to adopt the technology and do it in a very short period, because they have to stay alive. So it's going to be like a very tough game for the companies, especially for the startups, to focus on the market and to make sure that their customers will be using their technologies. And it's one of the most tricky things for me, being sustainable on the market and become profitable companies. The second is access to capital and everything I've been saying before. I think there is still money on the market. There's a lot of money on the market, but most of the investors are keeping this money because they want to see what's going on and what's going to happen. So we can see this money as a dry powder that people now are keeping to make sure that this money will be available when the market will be coming back to a better momentum. And the third is everything related to talent, because in that period, it has been complicated for some companies to find and to recruit and to hire talents within the last 10 years. So now with this, you have been looking at the situation in many companies all over the world where a lot of, employees were laid off, in big plants because the capital was not here anymore. So this talent pool will be an issue in the coming years.
Thank you. We talk about the crisis in terms of Asian startup. So from now on, we may talk about the crisis in terms of ourselves, VCs. So what do you think of our crisis? Any idea?
Maybe a bit of a different approach. I'm guessing this is not for us since we are all kind of, I think, experienced and mature. But there are some VCs that have never gone through a crisis before. If you've raised your first funds, over the past 4 or 5 years, you've never gone through these macros before. And I think the biggest concern for VCs in that case is how am I going to speak to my LPs? How I'm going to explain to my limited partners that I might have paid too much for a few deals last year, and how I'm going to navigate going through down rounds. I think what we're seeing now is that there's indeed a lot of dry powder in the market. Fully agree, but there are be some significant write-offs in some VC portfolios, and I think with that, some of the limited partners are going to be fairly concerned about the down rounds in their portfolio, what it means for their NAV. So I think as the year comes to a close, the financial statements will be coming out early next year. That towards March, people really understand the depth of the crisis within their portfolio. That might bring kind of another shock. We've seen some massive write-offs in the crypto space. We've seen it in the US. in fintech in Europe. The question is, how does it impact the portfolios and the value of those portfolio companies? And will those limited partners that have invested in these funds, will they still be keen to reinvest when these managers come back? So I think the next quarter is going to be challenging for a number of VCs, and I think for limited partners who do still have a lot of capital available, they might be balanced and say, you know what, we've been working with a number of VCs that have been investing in very, very risky business models. It's been all on growth. We're going to take a little bit of a step back and want to focus a little bit more on some more experienced VCs that have gone through these crises before.
Thank you. Sean?
Actually, we're keep thinking the formula that affect the performance of ourselves, like a venture capitalist. And actually, the performance of the venture capital could be like explained by a formula equals to the how much money you raise, like the fund size you have, and how many sectors or companies you covered, and the target rate or the return of the company you invested, or it could be the MOC. And also like how much the percentage of the company that you invested. Actually, we can, as we research on this formula or analysis on this formula, like each item on the formula are actually will encounter headwinds in the next stage. Like for the fundraising side, it's like a very hard environment for the LPs to raise fund, and for the investor, the sectors you can cover or company you coverage is actually you only have like quite few opportunities you can invest in, and from perspective of the potential return on those like investment or on those like sectors or companies, actually there will be like a less and less targets with like significant returns in the future. So I think basically that's the problem for the venture capitals at the current stage. So how we face these problems and solve these problems? What should be our reactions? I think from the investment side, how to elevate our coverage and the potential returns. I think we need to define quite accurate strategy, and also you need to be agile. You need to refine your strategy on a very frequent basis. And on the other side, for the investment evaluation, you need to also set up a prudent yet efficient way, to evaluate your investment targets. So I think efficiency is also quite important for us at current circumstances. And for the fundraising part, I think we need to have communications with our potential LPs more frequently, and with deep dialogues, so can get everybody on the same page. And also, I think for in order to maximize the potential return, I think we also need more flexible paths for the dual asset plans. Because the investment is only the start of our activities. So the exit and the realization of the return is also quite important. So I think the exit paths is also quite a key figure for us. Thank you.
Yes, currently the crisis facing Asian venture capitals, I think there are three major factors. The first one is that interest rates and investment are in a complete opposite relations. So how to attract this LPs? That's one of the great challenges right now. And secondly, the startup industry is all about disruptions, gathering and dismantling. And it's also about how to select or how to identify good startups from bad ones. So it's all about choice. And third one is exit. So the ultimate objective of all the investments are about exits and good returns. So the first method is to go public, and second one is M&A. And both, unfortunately, are in a really downturn trend. And if you look at the U.S. market with M&A and IPO, IPO is more preferred method for the exit. But in Korea, sometimes this trend is reversed. So, well, in the U.S., M&A is more preferred to the IPO, but in Korea, IPO is more preferred to the M&A. So I'd like to make a proposal to the policymaker for the IPO. So all the governments find themselves in a dilemma. Well, there's tons of money and they should have gone on a stricter policy, but they're also in a position to make more money available in the market. So they're in a dilemma situation. So we're in a tight economies scheme, but the government has to be more active in helping the startups earn more profits, for example, by giving policy support and by forming a secondary fund for the venture capitals to have more flexibility. And liquidity. So what that is the proposal I'd like to make to the government.
Once again, I'm coming at the end, so a lot of things have been said, but I want to take like a different approach. When it comes to what we are talking about, which is like this innovation economy, when you look at it, it's very young. It's 10 years. So during the last 10 years, all of us in Europe, Asia, United States, have been trying to solve or to address this economy with different standards. For example, you were talking about IPOs and M&A, and the difference between Asia and the US. So it's not standardized yet. It's still young. But it's a very interesting period now. We are coming at the end of a cycle. And during the last 10 years, since the crisis in 2008 or 2009 till now, it's like more than 10 years during which we have been like convincing people around you that this economy will be bringing future. So time has come now that everybody has to, show exactly the results and the facts. Startups have been promising things to investors, and investors have been promising things to LPs. So now everybody has to say the truth, look at the figures, do their math, and come back to maybe a new cycle that will be coming in the next years. I don't know when, maybe 1-2 years. Still, we are doing checks for companies. We're still deploying our money. But the due diligences are different, and we are looking at people who are targeting specific markets with different sizes of markets, because, as we always say, we are not looking for good startups. We are looking for good returns, actually, which is make a big difference. So time has come to look at this, and maybe we are crossing, maybe this innovation economy is crossing something like a teenage crisis, and before becoming an adult.
Thank you, everybody. I think we are in the midst of a time of changes, because every crisis gave us some investment behavior changes. But now we are expecting what will be, what is going on, what will happen for the next few years. So it's really exciting. And the next topic is still, we may have some prospective field or industry, even though we have a crisis. So what will be those ones for Asian PCs? Well, Rauti, yeah, we can.
We start by me, yeah, first time. What we are doing at the moment, we're focusing on energy, cybersecurity. We also have a deep look at AI, but we try to make it as what kind of AI to solve what kind of problems, and what are the sizes of the problems that AI is solving. A lot of things in health tech and medcare and medtech technology. And I would say something about defense and space industry is something that we are looking at the moment. And for sure, we still continue in everything related to agri-tech and this kind of things that will be able to sustain the population globally. Web3 and fintech and everything like this, we have been stepping back. Just want to look what's going on because a lot of promises have been done, but we have to now, look at what's going, what kind of returns we can have with this.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Would you please?
So actually there are similar answers to the prospective field or industry. So under the same context, so looking at the statistics taught me that bio and logistics services are areas where 70% of investment is gravitated toward. And previous speaker mentioned that the defense and the space industry are the most prospective field and industry. But one thing that I want to put much emphasis on is that actually the consumers' behaviors change and the contactless industry is now emerging, and we need to put priority when it comes to make investment in this sector. And so contactless industries are now enjoying higher level of growth. Then what kind of companies would look like in this emerging platform and emerging society? And also every VC needs to pay attention to the government policy direction, and they will decide their investment direction depending on the government direction, right? So Korea has a DNA data network and AI for short, and also contactless industry, remote medicine are designated as one of the strategic industries to be nurtured at a government level. And this might be prospective field.
Yeah.
네.
Action could be quite various because the strategies is quite different from GPs to GPs. But from my point of view, in a summary, I can summarize some patterns of those potential startups or enterprises. I think first of all, you need to tap into a market with a sizable addressable market. So it need to be quite large, like the potential market you are about to penetrate to. And from this product perspective, it needs to be your real addressable market, which means your product or solution could solve the real and deep and some very solid pinpoint of the potential customers. I think, this is the first point. And secondly, I think you need to provide a very solid core value to the industry, which means you either have an innovative technology or you have a disruptive solutions which can improve the customer's experience significantly. So which means you can generate profound value for the potential customers and the entire industry chain. So I think basically these the two patterns with the fields that we are looking for. And yeah, to name someone fields that we CICC Center really focus on, I think we like from two aspects. First is the technology side. For technology, we're looking mainly looking into robotics and electric vehicle supply chains. Yeah, these two sectors. And the other field is from consumer side. So for consumer, we're looking with sectors like with a relatively long and complicated supply chain. So there will be a lot of like efficiency improvement demand, like in the sector, such as clothing and textile, and like housing decoration, etc. And I think another field we are also like focusing on is like the efficiency improvement solutions among like some distribution sectors.
Yeah, for us, we specifically look at companies within the Southeast Asian context, which also means for us that, as an example, companies in the Philippines wouldn't necessarily focus on deep tech, but they would focus on specific problems within the Philippines or specific problems within Indonesia. So we kind of remain focused on founders that are building businesses for these ecosystems. I do think what is interesting, there's definitely some overlap with the speakers. What we like, we call them kind of the picks and shovels for Southeast Asia. So if you look at Indonesia and the Philippines, for example, a lot of islands, supply chain and logistics is very, very difficult in these markets. So we're looking at applications and companies that are building logistics services for specifically difficult, non-dense environments. When it comes to fintech, we look more at financial inclusion. How do you make sure that this large demographic that has more and more disposable income, but it's not as much as a mature market, but it is growing fast. How do you make sure that they are also able to use financial solutions that we're used to in mature markets? So our focus kind of remains on these picks and shovels for these specific markets. What is interesting now, and it's a big debate within Southeast Asia, is around carbon offsetting. I think a lot of countries have now more focusing on climate, and there is an interest for small and medium businesses. How do we handle carbon offsetting? I think the offsetting itself, there's sort of enough available, but when you look at the accounting for carbon offsetting, that's kind of a big sort of a big white space within Southeast Asia. So we look at companies that are building in that space as well.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. Well, whether it is rainy or snowy, we got to get through. That's the fact. So from now on, we may discuss how can startups overcome this crisis. So, Prauti, would you please?
Yeah, I don't think there is any specific things to do differently. I think it's the same game as it was before. And my colleague from China said it before. What are the value proposition that you are bringing to a market, and what is the size of this market? Is it big enough to matter, and is it like making some promising, profits and return for investors, but also solving real problems for customers? So, according to me, one of the things that startups should follow during the next years to overcome this crisis is maybe to focus more and more and more and more on the market and on the customers. Because, and we all know this, during the 2, 3, 4 first years of a startup, most of the time is consumed to fundraise and to raise money. And sometimes they're not focusing enough on their market and on their product. So maybe it's time for them to focus more on the market and to make sure that they are addressing the market correctly with the right products.
Thank you. Mr. Liu, please.
Yes, how to overcome the crisis facing startups. I'd like to have two approaches. The first is from the perspective of fundraising. Well, with the high interest rates, the burden is increasing, especially with the repayment. So how to overcome crisis financially? So that is one big concern for any startup. So they either have to reduce the cost or increase the productivity. And this is all the more reason for you to focus more on R&D investment and product development. You should never turn your back to the development of product and R&D activities. And if inflation increases, the real income of consumers will decrease and the purchasing power will decrease too. So whether it's B2C or B2B, their marketability or their sales revenue might be impacted too. So you have to coordinate the target, you have to adjust your target, and you have to work for the consumers to increase their loyalty to the company and products.
There is another thing also I forgot to say, but companies should also, to overcome this crisis, which is like trying to raise money, they should be more relaxed on the valuations also, because it's one of the key issue and the key problem that they're facing today. I've been talking to many companies last years, and even a company that had nothing is coming with a valuation of 4, 5, 6 million. So I think it's time for the companies and the startups to be more relaxed on the valuations too.
Well, if nobody say that, I want to add it, actually. Got it. Sean, please.
Okay. Yeah, I think I have 3 points to recommend for startups to overcome this crisis, even though we don't know how long it's going to last. I think first of all is to make better choices, to make right choices and do the right thing. In China current days, we have a saying that is your choosing is much more important than your effort making. So I think you need to define the right and solid strategy and to make sure that your product or your solution business model could make profound value to your customers instead of you just sold some small pinpoints. Yeah, so I think a solid and profound strategy is very important. And even though we are undergone a crisis right now, so there are still lots of structural opportunities, and there are sectors that's with anti-cyclical patterns. So I think we just make sure your choice and your strategy could meet the future trends, and so you can pass through this stage. And secondly is the don't expand too aggressively. You need to build up a solid capability before you expand too aggressively. It's just as mentioned, currently it's very hard for the fundraising environment. So you need to keep an eye on your cash flow. Don't burn too fast. Make sure your capability is quite solid before you go a massive expansion plan. And thirdly, I think is you choose the right partners to cooperate with. This partner including your clients, your partners of your corporation, and as well as your potential investors. Make sure you choose someone share the same value and could contribute complementary resources or know-how knowledges to you. So make sure you have a steep learning curve.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think maybe the one thing to add as a layer on top is just being capital efficient is just important. The moment you are putting money into expansion, think about the ROI. why are we doing this expansion? Why are we doing this now? Does it make sense from a capital efficient standpoint? Aren't we putting too much money into one specific expansion, whether it's geography, product, team, without getting the returns for it? Capital has become more expensive. I don't think that will come down anytime soon. So I think from a founder's perspective, it is very, very helpful to look at your capital and your runway as efficient as possible.
Thank you. Well, I'm also a venture capitalist. One of my company, I invested in a lot of companies. One of my companies told me he wanted to raise money with the 30% discount of last year's price. I told him, you are the man, go for it. Actually, he did raise a lot of money with the 25% discount. I always say to my colleagues, the stronger is not the winner. The winner or the survivor is the stronger. We gotta survive. Don't talk about the price. Don't talk about any other ones. Survive first, maintain, and get the point. So, healthy, that's really good point. Evaluation is should be flexible. So now on, we may talk about the last one, very last one, almost finished. We discussed a lot of things, but is there any other unexpected issues for VC or startup? Any other? Michael, would you please?
I think to my earlier point, we shouldn't expect that we've seen the bottom yet. There still might be some surprises coming in the next quarters. Again, with larger funds coming out with their financial statements earlier next year, we are going to see the numbers, and we are then going to see how big the discounts have been, how big the down rounds have been, how valuations is tracking. I think that will bring another kind of a shockwave through the industry, which might be good. There might be another correction. So don't be surprised that we haven't hit the bottom yet. Just be well prepared. If you need to raise on a discount, then raise on a discount. If it extends your runway, if it helps the business, just do it. But yeah, I foresee that we haven't seen the bottom yet, so I do expect a little bit more pain for all of us.
Sean?
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, I think the most unexpected issue for the Asia AVC or startups is that we don't know how far the current global dynamics, both economically and politically, how far it will go, and actually where we are heading. And actually we are currently, I think we're just in the middle of some chaos. It's not really the crisis yet. It's just some regional problems. And I think the most extreme case would be it would be like a global corporate earnings shrinking, and it will be significantly adversely affected. And while the liquidity market is exhausted, so which means most of the companies, especially for startups, are facing surviving problems. So at that case, you need to I think we need to be very well prepared to pass through the extreme cases. So I think from my point of view, one of the recommendations could be we need to keep a close eye of the global micro trends, as well as the geopolitical trends, and make sure we are very well prepared to pass through some extreme black swan events.
And last 3 years, every country is mapping out quantitative easing and expecting inflation and liquidity concerns. I don't think those issues are unexpected. Many economists say expect these issues, seeing the quantitative easing policies. But as a player in VC ecosystem, we fail to be 100% prepared for these issues. But unexpected issues on the supply chain are the increase in prices in raw materials. But of course, there are multitude of events transpiring. So the problem here is that how wise we are able to adapt to this trend, I think.
You know, I would like to share something with you because unexpected things are by definition unexpected. So nobody was expecting the pandemic. Few people were expecting this geopolitical crisis with the war between Ukraine and Russia. Few people were expecting, even we knew about it, all these global warming problems that we are facing at the moment. So I think this is the 3 points that could be impactful for the companies, for the startups in the next future. If, for example, we have a new pandemic, if, for example, we have a biggest conflict coming, and coming after the Ukraine and the Russian one, or if we have like, global warming phenomenon that will create chaos on the planet. But even with this, and when I look at 2021, after pandemic, year for the investment scene, it was a mess. Everybody was spending money, investing money with high valuation of the company, so it was like crazy. So I don't know if this kind of events will have an impact on the startups, because when we look at what happened in 2021, what will be coming after this chaos, we don't know. But in the same time, I want to be optimistic and positive. When you look at the companies that were born in 2009, and when you see where are these companies now and how they have been doing success, we all know that best startups were always born during crisis and tough times. So I'm not wishing for unexpected things to happen or bad things to happen, but in the meantime, it's always the best context for startups, for good startups to born and raise.
Thank you, everybody. Well, I'm an investor, but unfortunately, or fortunately, I deliver lecture twice a week. Wow, 8 times per month. Sometimes I'm confused whether I'm an investor or a lecturer. Every lecture, I said, do you feel cold? Winter even hasn't come yet. I totally agree, we are not at the bottom yet. Next year, it'll be much colder. But thing is, mankind every time overcome. Somebody will die, unfortunately. Somebody can be a big superstar. A lot of things will change. Wise King Solomon said, this shall pass away too. So we will overcome. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all the moderator and panelists, and we will conclude session 2. And we have listened to a lot of things, and my special thanks go to CEO Pe and other panelists for moderating today's session and for participating in this panel discussion. Thank you very much. Please give them a big round of applause. Now, please get back to your seats. Thank you for your understanding. And without further ado, we'll move on to the session 3. So the new wave of innovation created by Asian unicorns is the theme. So please be seated while we make an arrangement on the stage. So once again, I would like to provide you with some tips. We would like to provide a simultaneous interpretation, and this session's default language is English. So please find out the receivers placed on your table, and please tune to channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. So if you do need simultaneous interpretation service, please find receiver and tune to appropriate channel for preferred language. So please be patient, and we'll commence shortly and momentarily.
저희 세 번째
And the third session will start at 3 p.m. sharp. So please get back to this venue at 3 p.m. sharp.
네, 그럼 이제 이어서 바로 메인 세션.
So let us start main session 3 right now. And main session 3 is about the new wave of innovation made by Asian startups, and we'll invite speakers. Dr. Taeho Park, professor of San Jose State University, and please welcome the speaker with a round of applause.
지금 시작을 해요?
Can I start?
그럼 그 소개를
So as introduced, I am Professor Park Tae-ho from San Jose State University. And for 34 to 35 years, I have dedicated myself to teaching students. And actually, I was born and raised in Busan. So I was born in Busan, and I finished my high school in Busan, and I migrated to Seoul to study, and I studied abroad, and now I have spent 38 years and 9 years in the state, and I have taught students at San Jose State University for 34 to 5 years. So it's a very short period of time, but I would like to talk about the theme A New Wave of Innovations Created by Asian Unicorns. Of course, this topic is overarching and broad, I know, but I would like to make most of this allocated time, and I believe it's truly meaningful. And it's my great pleasure to speak before you, and it also gives me a great sense of honor. Then, you can see the images of unicorns. In 2013, the term was coined by Alien Lee, which refers to the perfect health startups with a valuation over $1 billion US. Then, actually, this is a mythical animal, unicorns, right? But there are a lot of pictures depicting unicorns and white horses with a horn on his forehead. And some pictures say that there are some different colors on the horse body or unicorn's body, and it looks similar to the horse's species, but the unicorns can fly with wings. So, fly is one of the slogan, right? The Connect Asia, Fly to the World, and I believe the feature of flying unicorn is very relevant to today's slogan. Then, in 2013, the term of a unicorn was firstly coined, and many people tend to think that the characteristics of the unicorn is very rare and the rare nature, but now the number of unicorn jumped to 1,201 as of October 2022, and now it reaches toward more than 1,300 unicorns born. So with a rapid phase, startups evolve into unicorns with a valuation of over $1 billion US. But you might be well aware of recently, this year, every country is dedicated itself to curb the inflation, and thereby increasing their base rate or interest rate. And the consequential effects are the slowdown and contraction of economy, at the same time contraction of daily lives. And VCs, of course, witness a decrease in investment these days. So let's say you are a founder of a startup, then last year was a very favorable environment. According to the data, last year was a record high in investment amount, and last year was a birth year for a larger number of unicorns. But now the things have dramatically changed. So you need to reckon and accept these changes. If you are new to these changes, then your startups not only this year, because we are nearing the end of this year and next year, and you have a lot things on your plate to be addressed. And now the number of unicorns decreases, but VCs are now witnessing a decrease in their investment, but this is not the zero, right? So, which means you have opportunities to be seized lurking in. And as you can see from this bar chart, many modern startups have become unicorns in 6 to 7 years. So you got a lot of funding and you increase your valuation, then with a valuation of over 100 billion US dollar, you become a unicorn. In 2015, 2016, and 2016, startups born in that year now join the membership of unicorns. So depending on your establishment year, if you are in 6 to 7 years, now it's time for your startups to try to join the ranking of unicorns. You might seek an opportunity or be prepared for. But this is all about data, right? So let's say it's been 10 years since you established your company, but you can become a unicorn ranking. And as of last month, this data shows the unicorns by country, by industry. And the US tops the list, followed by China, India. Those countries are laying the fertile ground for birth of unicorn companies. And this fertile ground or soil, on the what ground those soils gave birth to unicorns? And now, for Asian startups, for Asian unicorns, we are talking about the Asian startup ecosystem. So how can we increase the number of Asian unicorns out of Asian ecosystem? In the sense, China tops the list, followed by India. You can see this from this data set. And I am a Korean, of course. I don't have a green card as a Korean national. But now Korea becomes and enters top 10. So Korean startup ecosystem made a great stride. This is a clear testament. Then why many unicorns in the States and China? So you might guess, but might not be the case. It might be attributable to technology. So becoming a unicorn requires a technology-based innovation. And such an innovation should be met with business model to revenue model to create and generate a proper revenue. Then clients are convinced to buy and adopt your innovative solutions and technologies. This is the story behind this. And for venture capital, they played an important role. As you are all aware of, the US and China in particular, the venture capital in the US is unrivaled and unmatched. There are abundant resources in the US, and also the US and China have a larger pool of talents with mindset of innovation. And young talents should be a prerequisite for becoming a unicorn. And many young talents, of course, you are not necessarily be a youth, but there are a lot of engineers in the Silicon Valley. The same story is applied to China. And entrepreneurial culture should be entrenched to create unicorns. And Silicon Valley after 1950s, startups start to be born, and have written a success story, and other companies follow suit. So this entrepreneurial culture entrenched in that system is important, and of course market size is great importance. And as you are aware of, China has more than 1.3 billion of population, and the China for 300 million population. So the market size should be befitting. And not only in Korea and other Asian nations, those countries with smaller market size and with a smaller headcount or population, then how can we survive as a startup in such countries? Depending on your products, there might be different strategies for globalization. There might be hurdles and barriers, and at the same time, globalization might increase the market size. This is a desirable point, but you need to think about how to successfully globalize your country. So this is a homework ahead of you. So this kind of unicorns, so I'd like to take a look at a number of unicorns born by industry. So where can you find unicorns on a global trend? And fintech is number one, and followed by internet software and services. These industries need no introduction, right? A lot of unicorns are born out of these sectors. And what about the industries of Asian unicorns? And when you look at this data, there is a small difference, not that big gap. So Asian unicorns come out of e-commerce and fintech sectors. And so on a global trend and an Asian trend, let me compare the two. And in practical manner, on an at an Asian level, a larger number of unicorns come out of e-commerce compared to global trend, and fintech and internet software and services are sectors that produce smaller number of unicorns in Asia. And as you can see, I draw a table showing a ratio of number of Asian unicorns compared to the number of global unicorns by industry and by sector for comparison. And travel sector produces 14 global unicorns, and of which 12 unicorns are Asian-based, and education technology sector produces a larger number of unicorns located in Asia, 19 out of 32. So so you can see the concentration and the ratio of number of Asian unicorns compared to the number of global unicorns. But that does not necessarily mean that your innovative products should be solely focusing on these aforementioned sectors, such as travel and edutech. So if you are not in the sectors of travel and edutech, your success are not guaranteed. This is not the case. Unicorns are widely available in a garden variety of sectors, but there is a difference in ratio. So there is some concentration of number of unicorns in industries or not. So you need to identify the niche market, and you need to develop a business model that befits the niche market, and you need to jump into the market. That means you can achieve a great success stories.
그 유니콘하고 유럽 쪽
So I think we need to properly make comparison between the U.S. market, and because in the mobile market, the U.S. and China which show the same situation, and in the sectors of education and technology, some things are noticeable. And if you look at China and India, there are 19. But currently in China, there are only 8 to 9. And I think you can correlate this to the story that I just mentioned. So if you look at the China and India, both markets are really big in size, and China and India, these countries have public education. The public education system is not that good compared to the private education system. So that's why many startups are being born for better education, and these companies become unicorn companies. But if you look at Korean market, well, China, India, and Korea, these 3 countries are three countries among the world with the highest level of education zeal, so to speak. So, but Korea alone is not a sizable market. So let's take a look at some emerging industries in Silicon Valley as of 2022. So you can see things like blockchain, fintech, AI, big data. Well, these sectors overlay with the industry sectors harboring global unicorns. So drone technology and metaverse are some additional sectors that can be included in this category. And health technology. Health tech, I believe this sector is something that we are to continuously see the increase going forward, because more and more people are more concerned about their health and quality of life. And if your quality of life increases, you are to pay more attention to your health and well-being. So health technology is one of the sectors that is very promising. So innovation, technology, and unicorn, are there any correlations? Well, yes, there is. So in pursuing innovation, you have to be supported by technology. And a technology is developed, then you can use this technology to develop innovative product that will help any company to become a unicorn. So there is a correlation between the two. So you develop a product, you develop a technology, and you make innovative products. So you have to remember this correlation between these items. So you have to be able to create innovation supported by good technology, which is not an easy thing to do. You have to be helped by good market, good business model, and good timing, which is probably more important. So if you look at the technology trend for 2023, you can see digital immune system. Well, I'm not going to go into detail about this list, but you can see how you are familiar with some of the items. And well, in some areas, the technology is in the development stage. So the technology, once developed, will lead to the development of innovative products, which will be released into markets with good business models that can attract good investment, creating a virtuous cycle. And another thing that I did is that you are looking at the names on tens of people. And this is the survey I've conducted to these people. And the table you're seeing right now on this slide, you can see some of the items for technology and the names of these people. So these technologies are mentioned a lot these days. AI, metaverse, IoT, and these technologies are overlapping with some of the technologies I mentioned in previous slides. So what technologies are emerging? And how can you utilize this technology to make innovative products? That is a core task for any startup. And the pandemic started, and maybe this is hopefully the end of the pandemic. And as we are gathered together here, we talk about how a lot of Asian startups are emerging that will create a new wave of innovation. And how can we sustain that wave? It's a really important question. So this emerging new wave must be maintained and sustained. And that is for us to do. We are at a critical stage, and I'm not sure how many of you have started your own company or when you did that. But if your company is several years old, you might have faced some barriers prohibiting your company from growing faster, or young startups that had started recently. What do they have to do? What are some challenges, recent challenges? Well, at some point, fundraising was easy. At some point, it was difficult. But things are going to be different this year and next year. Of course, not drastically different, but things are going to be different anyhow. So these are the points you have to think about. So these features, main features of unicorns.
피처들이 어떻는가 하는 것을.
So if you take a look at unicorns, you will find some common features of these unicorns. So I asked you a question: why do U.S. and China have so many unicorns? I think this is in the same context. You have to based on technology, and many people should be welcoming towards disruptive innovation. But not every innovation has to be disruptive, because more important is sustainable innovation, sustained innovation. For that value, you can also find good business models based on which you can create good products, based on which you can attract good talent who can create synergy effect and good partnership with the founders. So they are some core elements for the successful startup or unicorn. And top management, of course, has to do its job well with a great leadership. If founders are preoccupied with his ego, with her ego, and is really stubborn in leading his or her company in a bad direction, it's really critical. And when to or how to launch your innovative products in the market. What is the good timing for creating these innovative products? When is the good timing to receive venture capital? What is a good methodology for marketing? So these 4 areas are the areas where you have to do the timing really, really well. And that, of course, depends on the capacity of the CEO. So it's a rare quality, but it's not that rare, considering there are so many unicorns out there. And this slide talks about a blue ocean. So there are a lot of areas for blue ocean. And the thing is that you need to find a blue ocean area, which is important. But the ocean itself is not that important because all you have to do is to find a niche market and develop that market with a good business model in which you launch a product and where you can attract a lot of funding. Well, then that's a recipe for success. So in closing, what is your ultimate goal? What is it that you're looking for in the Fly Asia 22? Are you ready to fly? Are you fully prepared? Are you flying already? What is your status? Are you about to take a leap? Are you about to take a flight into the air? Well, depending on your current status and depending on your understanding, your business direction will differ. And good timing is really important. Don't forget that. And the role of the CEO, it's really, really extremely important. So I read this somewhere. The leadership of a CEO, the decision of a CEO, if that goes south, that can turn your company over completely with no matter good products you have. So making innovative products, making good products based upon good business models, and attracting good customer needs, finding niche markets where you can find the right customers. That is all about making your company a success, and I wish you do in the future. Thank you very much for an informative and insightful presentation. So please be seated for a panel discussion, and let us invite the moderator for this session, Vice President Jiyoung Choi from Korea Startup Forum, and we'll also invite the other panelist, Mr. Cho Won-woo.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you for your cooperation, and I would like to hand over my microphone to the moderator. Nice to see you all as introduced. I am Choi Jiyoung from Korea Startup Forum, and we are supposed to have English as a default language, but one of the panel was from Indonesian Unicorn, but he was not able to be here. So actually, all the panels are Korean. And most of the audience looks Korean, and their mother tongue is Korean, so I'd like to proceed the session in Korean. So actually, the default language for this session is Korean, and the topic of today's session is the new wave of innovation created by Asian startups. And only with the participation of the three panelists, we need to finish all the 1 year allocated time. So introduce yourself to the audience. And now, can you hear me? Yes. So actually, as introduced, I am a professor of San Jose State University for 34 to 35 years. And also, I am Dean of the Department of School of Global Innovation Leadership. And it's been 40 years since I'm in this sector, and I was born and raised in Busan. Thank you. And can you hear me loud and clear? I am Willie Cho from Megas on Cloud. I am a co-CEO. You might not be aware of our company, and while I listened to the professor's presentation, I thought about the category of my company's belonging to. And internet software and service sector is something that our company belongs to, and data analytics. And we are a cloud-based services, and we provide data managed and cloud managed services. And now we also provide SaaS application business solution provider. Nice to see you all. And please give them a big round of applause once again. Thank you very much. And let me brief you on my background. And the Korea Startup Forum has more than 2,000 current startups as a membership. And also Megas and Cloud is one of our membership, and 배달의 민족, 야놀자, 직방. Most of the unicorn companies are our board members, and startups in the early stage and unicorns are joining our forum as a membership, and they are considering solutions for pollution. And in order for startups to grow, we have carried a lot of variety activities. So this is a brief introduction of Korean Startup Forum, and actually I believe this theme is very broad and overarching, so I don't know where I can put this focus on.
우리가 유니콘을
And so the larger number of unicorns are important in a political policy manner, and the importance of unicorns and the success factors behind this might be the focus. But actually, we have plenty of time, so why don't we take a deep dive into these two components? Actually, the cloud, Megazone Cloud becomes a unicorn this year, and you become a unicorn, and you established your company in 1998. But from now on, since then, as a startup in the early stage, and you now become a unicorn, right? So is there any innovation direction that your company pursued? And as a unicorn these days, with the size, what kind of innovation should be pursued by your company? So could you please elaborate on? Thank you very much. So at the outset, unicorn, the term is very awkward for me because I am not able to feel and sense the fact that we become a unicorn. And 1998 was the establishment year for my company. And when I introduced my company, we said cloud data and business application center, SaaS managing SaaS solutions provider, right? And we jumped into the cloud service in 2012 and 2013. But before that, we have long been engaging in providing large conglomerates with system integration solutions. We have had a golden opportunity for that. And that was really a window of opportunity for us. And as you throw a question to me, the background behind my innovation is boiled down to the fact that the large companies and clients have thrown headaches and homeworks, and we need to face with difficult questions. But as Professor mentioned, a fastest growing companies at home and on a global market, Samsung brand outpaces the Google to become number one in the global stage. So these domestic companies are now pursuing global businesses, and the death of their solutions are very profound, and when we provide them with digital solutions, we were the partner to map out solutions to address these kind of concerns, and that was the starting point of innovation, to be honest. And when we jump into the cloud service, we work with global business providers to map out effective solutions. So we were searching for most effective way. So my clients and I decided to start and work on cloud service. So some countries, actually we are an early mover, first mover to migrate our services into cloud. We start earlier than other companies, and every step and every procedure, we are able to secure a larger base for clients, and many clients provide us with input and feedback, which allowed us to develop a new software, and our software are repeatedly developed by competitors. So then we are able to replace those gaps with our software, and the feedbacks from clients were really a great contributor to our starting point of innovation. You pointed out a great thing. So in order to address consumers or clients' concerns, innovation started. Of course, innovation is not a prerequisite for unicorns, right? So small-scale startups can create and trigger and generate innovation. So with a creative idea, you are able to bring about innovation in the market as a small-scale startup. But even though this fact, there might be a good advantage that unicorn can enjoy. And actually, Professor, you talked about the general trend of unicorns compared by country and by industry. So of course the role of unicorns are important, and of course we need to grow the number of unicorns, of course. But what about the other advantages that unicorns can enjoy? Is there any answer that you can deliver to us? Yes, the symbol or the importance of unicorns are important as well. But at the same time, when you become a unicorn itself can acquire other startups through which your company are able to become a unicorn, right? And those startups are acquired by your company or your unicorn company. Then the value can be created out of this merger and acquisition process, and these kind of values are regenerated into this industry, which will lead to reinvestment cycle. Then this will lay the foundation for another type of innovative products, and other VCs will make investment in these regenerated values. Then this constitutes the virtuous cycle of innovation. So this kind of ecosystem is continuously rolling out. And this is a contribution that unicorn can make.
Yes, that is, you made a good point. So starting from a startup and you grow and you create a sort of a virtuous cycle. And we use a lot the expression open innovation. So startup can pursue open innovation even though they started from a small startup. So if you become a unicorn, then the expectation from the market also becomes different. And well, you also can think about how you can give it back to the ecosystem. You want to contribute to the development of the ecosystem. And I think it's also part of the role of the
뭐 저희가 감히 기여라는 표현을 쓰기는 사실은
megazone companies. So what do you think? Well, I think it's too early to talk about megazone for our company. But yes, it's true. Our company is growing in size and the customer base is also expanding, and the diversity and depth of the service that we provide, the expectation is growing, of course. there's also a demand about digitization, and there's a certain direction from the customer in terms of the expectation and in terms of digitization. So yes, we do try to follow these expectations, and the most important value of our operation is partnership. And it's with our customers that we have to build our startup ecosystem, and also with our tech partners. Tech partners are the ones that took part in the product development. So utilizing the platform or common module together, but each industry or each technology capability owned by different partners, it is our role, it is up to us to integrate all of these features and characteristics for a better direction. And one of the slides talked about the reason why US and China are a conducive market to startups, and you talked about a market size. And as you all know, the size of the Korean market is only 1/10 of that of Japanese market, or 1/50th of US market. But for many companies to build success together beyond just becoming a unicorn, the marketization of Asian market into a global market is utmost necessary. And Vietnam, Hong Kong, China, and Australian market, they are the potential markets for the expansion currently. And our main strategy is to instead of going right into the US market and expand our sales revenue, but rather we are working to turn ourselves into a main channel or main platform for a partnership. And this is something we can expect from a win-win strategy and partnership with our tech partners and customers. And the question that comes to my mind, listening to your answer, is that for a growth strategy by a magazine company, they always tend to be oriented towards a mutual growth or win-win strategy. But the government is all about the KPI, and also a lot of us are preoccupied with this KPI. So how many unicorns do we have? How many are there? But that leads us to a wrong direction, just getting obsessed about these numbers and stats. But that doesn't work, right? Especially in the economic downturn, these numbers and stats, they don't mean much. So the professor talked about how there are 16 unicorn companies in Korea. And if you look at the most recent data, you can find 21 unicorn companies. And though, as you mentioned, growing this ecosystem of Asian markets is important. But I don't think we have that right now. Not yet. Not a lot of companies are really focused on that. And of course, the government should play a role to some degrees. So I'd like to know about the situation in the U.S.
So, Asian companies, startups, and business supports are very different to that of the US. In case of India, earlier this year, as of January this year, 75 unicorns are the target for Indian government to set this year's vision and mission. But consequently, as of now, only 10 unicorns were born. So with this target, the government should be dedicated to meeting this goal, and the government should be at the forefront And this is a models that are mostly seen in the European nations driven by EU and in Asian countries. But in case of the US, market and private sector are the drivers to grow unicorns. And of course, US of course provides startups with supports SBA in the States, SBIR or STTR are the programs that are rolled out by the US government, and they play a matchmaker role. And of course, there is a government-led support, and they are responsible for funding support. But fundamentally, the business and the private sector and the market entities are driving the growth. Yes. Then actually, I believe Korea should be at the middle ground as the ideal type. When you think of the startup ecosystem, we tend to think about the nature and culture that entrepreneurs in that region have. And of course, Korean startups have different mindset compared to those of US entrepreneurs, and also each country has their own uniqueness and advantage as an ecosystem for startups. So we need to strike a great balance. And in the unicorn policies and in the nurturing support scheme should incorporate those kind of uniqueness and strength. But this is not the great place for us to draw or map out a panacea or a silver bullet. And the title is The New Wave of Innovation Created by Asian Startups. So we try to narrow down the focus onto Asian startups as requested by the slogan. And as Professor mentioned, Asian unicorns compared to other regions are good at certain industries, and edutech is one of the examples, and other industry sectors are included. Of course, those industries are of necessity to Asian market. This would be one of the reason. But technology-based, high-tech based unicorns, except China, because China's statistics might distort the Asian statistics. So actually, we set aside China, so entire Asian market. So high-tech companies. So how can we increase the number of Asian unicorns based on high technologies? Is there any recommendation? So anyone would be, either of you would go first. Actually, this is a question that comes to my mind. It is not a prepared question. So could you please repeat the final question? So actually at home, when you look at the entire industry at home for startups and unicorns, the SaaS unicorns are enjoying supremacy in Asia, but space market capitalization is 100 trillion US dollars. So, how can Asian countries produce a larger number of high-tech unicorns? So then, so my understanding is right then, how can we nurture high technology based Asian unicorns? Of course, P2P platform and logistics and retail are the industries, but Asia lacks in the number of unicorns coming from technology and high technology. Actually, I believe the professor has laid out answers. The market size is not that befitting to the growth of the high-tech based unicorns, and I believe there is an inflection point, and internally we try to work on new type of businesses, and the commonalities as a challenge is that the fact that we need to overcome some tipping point or inflection point. So we are going through some pain points when we grow, and 1/10 of the size of Japan is Korean size. So with a smaller market size. In that country, startups need to overcome this tipping point and inflection point, and there is a readiness acceptance, and Megazone Cloud provided and offer collaborative projects and model. The reason why I mentioned this is based on two facts. First, inevitably we start from cloud service, and cloud need to be a platform to offer integrated solutions, and we need to respond to this necessity and needs. So we need to correspond to the concerns and at the same time needs of our clients. The reason why I throw this fact to you is that when we go global, many Korean startups have collaborated with us on a go-to-market strategies, but HK regional office was born and it's been 2 years since then. And in Hong Kong, local startups become our clients. So they try to adopt our technology to jointly advance into the Korean market while utilizing their existing legacy. I think this is a good strategy. So ecosystems, and there might be a win-win or synergistic relationships between ecosystems. So actually those kind of things should transpire and happen seamlessly, and positive competition should not be confined to Korea alone. It should expand toward the Asian nations. And over time, this ecosystems partnership is widely prevalent on the global stage. So reason behind this is the fact that we try to grow our businesses further and further. So we try to collaborate with other countries such as Hong Kong and Vietnam and emerging countries partners. So every single of partners can jointly advance into the Korean market and also advance into the Japanese market. And with this synergistic relationship, then we are able to contribute to the growth of unicorn company.
조금 전에 그 질문
Your question regarding the technological perspective. Well, to strengthen the technology base, it takes a lot of time and it takes a lot of investment. And getting investment alone is not sufficient because investment has to be translated into new technology. And it depends on how much investment is being made through the venture capitals and how patient can you be. That's also an important issue. And the recent COVID pandemic saw some development efforts for vaccines and treatment. And everybody was happy that, okay, we made this vaccine, or some company made this technology to treat the pandemic. But I saw in news today that these vaccines are not sold. So it takes time, it takes equipment, it takes facilities and development, and that is all the investment. So think about how much you have to put in to develop these vaccines. But there are not many Koreans who got vaccinated with these vaccines. So maybe you should sell this to African countries. And that way you can collect the yield, you can create some yield or returns. But the thing is, developing such technologies took a lot of time, and it always requires patience. And if you look at the US cases, the US government makes a lot of investment in developing fundamental technologies. So in the 1950s, Silicon Valley was able to grow into this size because of the support given by the US government, because they were ready to put money into defense industry. And that led to the development of semiconductor industry, computers, and internet technology. So this always takes time. It can't be done overnight. So there are two things that need to be happening in a parallel. First, you have to have an environment where you can continue developing your technology and where you can get some support from the government. And the making innovative products expected by the market should also garner a lot of support. So these two pillars are two important pillars. We have to pursue this two-track strategy. Yes, right. I couldn't agree more. And all investments need patience. It's a long-term project. And if you look at the recent 5 years and the rapid growth of startups of Korea, was mostly because of the ample amount of liquidity. But recently, the venture capital, they never used to ask about the returns, potential returns and operating profits, but the rules of the game changed. The venture capitals are now keen to know the potential profits and returns. So the customer base is not everything anymore. So listening to your answers and what you talked about taking time, the Korean government is at a turning point. Their focus will be on digitization. And I don't want to bring up another event here, but I was at another event. And now the digitization project of the government talks about 1 million population. And the thing is that every year, 300,000 students take the KSAT, and probably half of them, let's make it rough, half of them goes to engineering college. So you have to have 10 years to have 1 million engineers in technology and digitization. So this is just a simple calculation. So what I'm saying is that it takes a lot of time. And of course, we have to attract a lot of global talent. And if you look at the innovation experience of Silicon Valley, these companies attracted a talent pool from many countries around the world, right? Yes, many people would think that Silicon Valley's success is all about software, but that's not true. There are many other industries, including biotech industry and hardware, or the combination of hardware and software. So there are a lot of hardware innovation because Silicon Valley itself started from hardware. So as I said, there's a biotech and clean tech, like you see in Tesla, and pharmaceuticals. So there are a lot of industries, for example, genetic, which is a biotech company. So there are various industries in Silicon Valley. And of course, there's no shipbuilding, for example. Yes, speaking of industries, I want to ask you, in the process of the growth, at the expansion stage, it's important to hire talented people. And of course, you're going to keep hiring good people going forward. And you have to nurture talented people. That's one important point. So this nurturing talented people is of importance to you, as far as I know. So what strategy are you adopting in terms of the strategy of Megazone company? Well, I think that's the most difficult question. Yes, people are always the most difficult thing. Internally, when pursuing new projects on cloud or software, one focus that we always remain true to was to have training projects together. So when we start a new project, it's our philosophy that we start this project along with our customers. We have to increase the capacity of our customers, and that's why we did the training project, but also training our staff members was also an important point. So these technological changes and education, the traditional, conventional education, exposed some limitations so far because we now have to think about new aspects like enablers and enablement in the new digital environment. This can be achieved through a new platform like e-learning, and I believe not many of you spend more than 10 minutes on YouTube clips because you mostly prefer 2-minute clips, short forms. And for me, a 2-hour long film is sort of a waste of time because there's a good clip, YouTube clip, that summarizes the 2-hour film to 20 minutes. So, well, here, some solution architect or developer might be sitting here, but there are a lot of micro-training clips, like 2-minute long or 5-minute long, about the complicated technology and mechanism and algorithm. So these are the good tools to utilize for training as a new platform. So that's part of the new education model that we're going to dig into going forward. And of course, we do have 3-day intensive advanced course, but I'd like to turn that into a more micro program modules for easier digestion for our staff members and also easier sharing among our customers.
And I think it is time for me to throw you a joke. So, actually, we have 75 minutes of lecture, but I think it's time for us to make 3 to 4 minutes
근데 그
of lecture. I think you are tired. So you've spent 30 years long in teaching students. And actually, you are one of the experts here. So why don't we take a deep dive into this sector? And you are a living testament and witness to this current trend. So when you look at the Korean unicorn startup ecosystem, how can Korea nurture young talents as a professor and lecturer? So I would like to listen to you because you are one of the eminent scholars in the world. So I've spent more than 10 years in researching training program on innovation entrepreneurship. And I came from Korea and I am a Korean. So 90% or more is about training for Korean students and Korean entrepreneurs. And in 2015, at Daejeon City supported the project, and Daejeon Techno Park had formed a partnership with us. And 6 Daejeon-based companies were selected to be invited to the US to learn about how to marketing and how to establish a company and how to address accounting affairs and legal affairs. And also in order for those companies to attract VC investment and how to pitch those are the subjects to training. And it's been 4 years since then, but the pandemic broke out, so that was suspended. And that experiences taught me that Korean university students are different. They are good at English speaking and also communicating with other people, and social skills are lacking. But operating businesses and globalize your businesses require such kind of training, not only for language proficiency but also for social skills, and approach how to approach to people and have a good manner of communication. So one thing that I found regrettable here is the fact that young Korean students, how to say, are reluctant to take on challenge, and the same goes to Chinese young students. So those people from emerging countries are willing to complete the tasks that are required, but when they are given autonomy, actually they need to think out of the box with creativity, but their solving skills are lacking. So creative thinking is something lacking in Korean youth. Then education system should start at the early stage of childhood, but we put a lot of investment in universities. So with this investment, we need to teach elementary schoolers and middle schoolers on how to become a creative entrepreneur and about entrepreneurship. Of course, education system is one of the most difficult issues to be addressed in Korea. Actually, the importance on the nurturing talents is not enough to be overemphasized. But let's wrap up the question. But as you mentioned before, so talents with a sense of entrepreneurship is of great importance under the future economic events. So digital talents are not about teaching them how to code, but also they need to be taught with creative thinking. So actually, many students are taught how to complain about the status quo. So actually, we need to think of the box and we need to stay away from the comfort zone. And we need to we try to solve the problems ahead of us. And actually, I am doing my best to diversify the topics and questions, but we do have 20 minutes left. Actually, 40 minutes panel discussion is enough, I think, but we do have 20 minutes left, and I would like to open the floor for a question. So there are several questions left, and then we will open up the floor. And I talked about the open innovation, right? And M&A and investment are subjects and areas where startups are more bold. And this is a good starting point for a virtuous cycle. And this kind of trend at on domestic level, and for your perspective, CEO CEO Cho, are you thinking of open innovation in your strategy? If so, what would be the open innovation's future keynote? So, as I repeatedly mentioned, cooperation in ecosystem is another world for open innovation in a technological term. There are two concerns in terms of investment. First, the term partnership. is well utilized in market. But when we use ecosystem, most of the founders agree that ecosystem is good thing, but it's very difficult to be realized. Cloud, actually, in order for us as a platform provider to succeed on cloud, then collaboration is important and ecosystem is important. Everyone thinks it is very difficult, but it is also a necessary thing. So we need to identify a win-win strategy, and we need to identify a point that we can build a synergistic relations. And also we need to identify the roles and definitions of go-to technological partners for Megazone Cloud. 1 month ago, I had an opportunity to deliver a presentation before many audience, and cloud-based clients are the major contact for us. So we have a golden opportunity to provide our customers with a integrated solutions by having technological partnership. And this is the future direction we need to seek after. But at the same time, we need to reach a consensus in a provocative manner. So technological partners should be considered as a R&D center for our company, which means our technological companies, partners, and our company should enjoy close collaboration, and they should share the feedbacks from clients, and this is a prerequisite. But without this is out of nothing. And investment partnership is pursued by our company because of the fact that we have willingness to that level, and we are willing to co-develop the market by having partnership with technological partners. And we need, and actually investment is one of the component here. I'm not in the right position to say that we would like to acquire a company. Rather than this, we need to form a partnership, and there might be a pioneers in the market, so we can provide them with our original access, and building on their innovative legacies, our company and our technological partners can be a complementary partner. Thank you very much. And actually, I have nothing to add on, because when you think of the open innovation, actually many people think open innovation as good for good. But as a startup, open innovation should be created, start putting startup at its center. Ping Pong and form the CVC, and Dunamu forms a Duna Ventures, and Jipang forms a CVC, and they are working as if they work for startups, and I really am aware of how they progress. So this is where I pin my high expectations on. So listening to your stories made me touching. And is there anything to add on, Professor?
하니까 제가 몇 년 전에
Speaking of open innovation, I am reminded of the fact that I did a research with one of the professors at our college. And if you look at the Silicon Valley, and if you look at the research results, it mentions Korean companies too, as well as companies of the Silicon Valley, including Samsung and LG. So we talk a lot about open innovation, and more large companies have been working hard to use this concept more. And for example, at Samsung, they started this program under the theme of open innovation, and LG did the same thing too. And if you talk to people there, people at the companies, but the idea was good, but the result was not really tangible. So many startup companies are leaning towards acquiring and in the process of becoming a unicorn. I don't remember if it was tomorrow, if it was yesterday or today. So open innovation, inbound, outbound, open innovation. But it will be mostly inbound innovation for startups. That's more feasible rather than the outbound innovation. So there's a lot of buyouts happening for startups, and I don't know about unicorns or megazone companies. I'm not sure if M&A happens a lot for these companies. But there's this company called Dropbox in the US. It's like a web hard business. And they are now covering a lot more diverse areas. But anyhow, this Dropbox in 2022 and in 2012 and 2014 acquired a lot of companies in growing their sizes. And in 2013, the valuation was 10 billion, 14 billion. And in the process, a lot of companies were acquired by Dropbox. And one interesting thing is that there are 7 to 8 companies that were acquired by Dropbox. And Chinese company, one of the famous hackathons, this Tencent also grew through M&A. So if you have a technological target, you have to make a choice, either to develop technology or to acquire a company that has already accomplished this technology. So if a big company, well, you can think of an ideal case where a big company with this technology build a partnership with a small startup company. Well, it's really unlikely case, right? Because usually these big unicorns acquire small startups. So that's a type of new open innovation, I guess, in a more realistic term. Yes, thank you for the comment. I keep looking at my watch. And I think we have 10 minutes left, so I'd like to really open the floor to the audience to take questions from you. Probably 1 or 2 questions would be feasible. So, do you have any question? Raise your hand. No questions? Can we get the mic? Are you Mr. Pang Kim? Yes, thank you for the opportunity. My question goes to Professor Teo Park. You mentioned how the college students from Daejeon went to San Jose. So in my opinion, this exchange program between students, that's not sufficient. It's not about speaking language, but I think it takes more time than that, longer time than that, for example, 5 to 10 years. And inner circle is a completely different matter. So speaking a language, speaking English is not everything. And for example, if you stay there a month or 2 and learn about how to build a startup, that's not gonna work. So everyone talks about going global and sending students and sending workers overseas to learn something. I think that requires some improvement. What do you think? Well, the case I talked about from students from Seoul, they're actually not students. They are all entrepreneurs or employees from a small company based in Daejeon. So we took the whole company as part of this training program. And what I designed, I appreciate your point. So what I designed, if you look at many programs designed and operated by the Korean government, you take this company to the U.S. Or academic organizations, then they give 1 week or 2 week training program. So I really didn't want to do that, and that's why I told the Daejeon government that 1 week or 2 week program is not going to work. So it's like, okay, you learn this thing and you can do this on your own. So how many of you can digest this completely so that you can start your own company? So I told the government it's not going to work. You have to take at least 3 years to fully learn and make it your own. So for example, for the first year, you learn things, and then you make an evaluation or assessment, and that will translate that will need to translate into a sustainable program for years to come. So that was the original design that I came up with, which unfortunately wasn't implemented. So I think it's part of the weakest point, some of the weakest spots that we have right now. There's no sustainability. There's no continuity in this program. So you mentioned inner circle and how it takes time to know about culture. Well, that's true because I've spent almost 40 years in the U.S., but I still don't get the basic fundamentals about inner circle, the very American core. I still didn't get there. So yes, right, you made a good point. And I don't think that's the right direction. And I think one of the strengths that we have is that in the American community, there's a lot of Korean immigrants. So maybe, matching programs can be created as sort of a really matching people to people connection to close the gaps. I think that's feasible and doable because you go to San Jose to make software programs and you spend a year, looking for schools for your children and housing. It's such a waste of time. And I spent 10 years in the US and I see a lot of such cases where people just waste their time. Right. I couldn't agree more. So, Kotra, for example, I think Kotra changed a little bit of their programs in the past. So, if you're an SME and if you intend to advance into the US market, then Kotra gives some sort of support. For example, renting or lending the office place for you inside their building. So, but the quality of the supporting staff members also matters because their understanding is not sufficient about this local community and local market. So how I see this is that they need to give more quality support to really grow this company, but they are working as an incubator, that's for sure, but that is it. There's no more. So plug and play was a part of the things that we discussed today. But plug and play is not just about renting or lending a place. It's about giving full support, full dimensional support to for the substantial growth by claiming some shares, for example. So for effective support to be happening, support from the Korean government, that is also a point to consider. Yes, thank you. I've visited Finland, and there's this startup visa.
And so actually, to be startups without a business registration are given visa in European nations. And there are a well-established visa system in the European nations. So considering this, those exchange students or students going overseas to study can take full advantage of these benefits to become a startup. So actually that struck me in the European nations. It's very difficult to get visa in the region, but Korean students are easily given visa for startup. And we do have 1 minute question. We can afford that. I believe it seems no question from the floor. Then why don't we listen to final and closing remarks and 1 minute per person. So what about your impressions and the final closing remarks that you have felt so that you are not gonna regret? So thank you for inviting me to this important event. And actually, our insights are somewhat paradoxical. Startups can get matured, and it takes a lot of time for companies, startups to become a unicorn, and how to educate employees, and how can we fastly adaptive to fast changing environment, and also how can employees be prepared for the next career development. And on my part, and also I mentioned startup ecosystem within the system, a culture of growth should be internalized and entrenched. This is important for our company, and open innovation and close partnership should be well entrenched in co-prosperous ecosystem. And it's good to be with you, but at the same time, we need to continuously identify the opportunities for co-growth. That would be the future direction. And once again, thank you very much for inviting me to this important venue. And actually, this is the final comment that I'd like to make. This kind of events are just beginning. And this kind of event should be continued, thereby helping Korean startups to go global and also advance into the Asian markets. And this should be accompanied with supports from a venture capital level and from a local government and from a central government. I spent a lot of time in the state, and I had an opportunity to meet with those from Korean officials. And when we do have seminar with officials from Korean public agencies, I always say that, but actually my recommendations fail to be incorporated into their future activities, but fly to the world. This is the slogan of this event, right? So this kind of slogan should be continued. So under this banner of Fly Asia or Connect Asia, Fly to the World, Korean companies can go into the global market. And we do have 25 seconds, and this wraps up this session 3. Thank you very much for being here at the end of this session. My special thanks go to all the panelists for sharing with us thought-provoking insight. Thank you very much for your attention. And I am Mr. Che from Korea Startup Forum. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. And actually, you keep the time limit, and that really is surprising. So Mr. Che and Professor Park and CEO Joan, please, why don't we give them a big round of applause? Thank Thank you very much. And while they have a group photo session, we like to introduce you to the conference session 4. And this is about the current status and development plans of public tech-based startup ecosystem. So we do have stage arranged. Without further ado, we will kick off the session 4 just after the stages are set. So thank you for your patience.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you, and without further ado, we will commence the session 4 under the theme of current status and development plans of public tech-based startups ecosystem. And they have a photo session. Then after they finish their photo session, we would like to kick off the session 4. So we will kick off the main session 4 in earnest. So why don't you hurry? And I would like to introduce you to the session 4's moderator. And CEO Sungwan Mo is from Seoul Techno Holdings. And let me introduce to you our panelist and Director Ji-Hoon Lee from Korea Association of Tech Holdings. So why don't you come up to the stage? Please give him a big round of applause while he makes his way onto the stage. And please give them a big round of applause once again. Can we start? Good afternoon. As introduced, I am Lee Ji-hoon, Director of Korea Association of Tech Holdings. I am asked to talk about the current status and development plans of public tech-based startup ecosystem. So actually, public tech-based startup ecosystem has investors and companies, and there are many stakeholders in this system. I mainly talk about the supplier's perspective. And there are 4 content. So the current status and the changes in governance and the proposals to ecosystems development. So the public technology commercialization, actually you might not be aware because you are in private sector. So let me brief you on what public technology commercialization is. Universities are carrying out projects for technological commercialization. You might be wondering why universities get involved. So actually, universities have won a lot of orders from R&D project. 21 trillion won worth of R&D budget was supported, and of which 9 trillion won was won by university, and 6 trillion won was by private sector, and rest of them was for private sector. So R&D budget is big, and outcomes of the R&D are articles and patent applications, and articles and papers have limitations in providing profits, but patents are able to serve as an asset for private sector to increase their asset. So management of outcomes means the expansion. So previously, public institutes have indirect impact on the public technological commercialization. That was the past history of the past. So they do start their own business, and they create this model to support the private sector's growth. And nowadays, the government is now responsible the secondary and primary outcomes, and they are responsible for managing this kind of outcomes. As I mentioned before, the technological transfer were the cases in a direct manner, but now these cases become more direct rather than indirect. So public research institutes, universities, and government-funded institutions are at the center stage. And the public institutes start their businesses. And let me talk about the entities and players. And for your better understanding, I insert this image. There is a startup by player and by a university, or by a private sector entity with their public technology. And technology startups or research institute startups are made by players. And one of the issues here is that the startups by organization, but actually the inventors jump into the ecosystem with their idea, but there is a more bolder activities. So for expansion of the public research institutes, the organization's patent, actually this is a inventorship and career inventorship. So these kind of cases are applied to the startup as a public research, and government-funded agencies are sharing the same stories. Actually, without a student, then everything is similar. And previously, the influence were indirect. Of course, they reaped outcomes and benefit, but there are also limitations on technological transfer. So actually, they are continuously transfer technology, but consistency is of issue here, and also supporting commercialization and the scale of the supporting organizations stay stagnant at some point. As you can see from this table, there is a continuous growth trend, but the growing trend remains plateau. That's why public-funded research institutes and governments realize the commercialization of technology with technology transfer, and this becomes matured, so they try to pay much attention to revitalization of startup by putting universities at its center. And like startups from universities, rather than universities, research institutes also have less attention to startup. Many universities provide spin-off startups by technology holdings, but the government-funded research institutes are more active. And the same goes to management of outcomes like universities. This enjoys continuous growth trend, but the trend remains plateau. On that note, technological commercialization should undergo changes in governance. Actually, the growth trend remains stagnant, so we need to pay much attention to improving efficiency of technological commercialization at a public organizational level. in overseas universities have modeled a lot when it comes to technological holdings, and also they previously influenced in an indirect manner, but they try to pay much attention to the bigger role of universities in in startup ecosystem. So this should require changes in governance, but there's differences compared to the US and to Korea. But actually, in the US, they should be a independent legal entity. So in the universities, there is a investment, technological holdings, and the other entities, and also asset management entities. So this kind of legal entities should be established in the US. Likewise, the UK and the Sweden, the models are similar. And so this is about the modeling of universities as a startup, and this is a modeling for research institutes. And in Sweden, they try to commercialize technologies, but at the same time, they need to understand the necessity of funding scale. So technological holdings and like this, they do have a job as accelerator for funding, and also this is in line with VC. So the pioneering universities and research institute in pioneering in advanced countries, they try to do technological transfer as its basis and as an indirect manner, but at the same time, universities and government-funded research agencies are active in building their own startups in a direct manner. So actually, there is a dedicated department for technology transfer in universities, but there is a limitation as an NGO. So as a bold model, they establish a holdings as a legal entity, and they are only responsible for investment. But at the same time, this is where limitations come into being. So to effectively run these technology holdings, universities' limitations should be improved when they indirectly involve in the startup ecosystem. So TLO and TTO is well linked.
통합해서 운영하는 효과 중에 하나.
One of the effects of this integration is that college university is a public corporation, but it has some limitation in expanding its scope of projects or scope of business. But since holdings company and this integration forum is a private player, so the expansion beyond the middle stage is a little bit easier compared to universities. And you can register as a TIPS operator and accelerator in the process, so that's a lot easier too. And I mentioned the supply side, and in order to revitalize the ecosystem in this public technology. But so far, we are seeing some results of the university technology projects. But I think there are two directions. The first one is technology, and the second perspective is commercialization. So is this technology already available in the private market? So is it commercializable? A lot of technologies owned by universities are a little bit different than what private sectors want. And the reason behind that is that you tend to be safer. You don't want to fail And well, most of the technologies wanted by private sectors have a lot of risks, but you don't want to do that. You don't want to embrace those risks. So you want to go safe. So instead of high risk, high yield, you want to go for middle risk or low risk, low yield. So that's the basic direction or some issues in the university technology projects. But to be more competitive, you have to be more welcoming or more embracing towards these risks. And that is the direction of improvement. So this is an area where the role of the government should jump in instead of public institution. So public universities, public institutions should focus more on the commercialization. If you look at the capacity of any university or public corporation, what a private company can do is related to facilities and equipment, because these facilities and equipment owned by a public university and public institutions are something that can never be enjoyed by private companies. But if you look at some universities, the equipment and facilities are really good. It's a really conducive environment for R&D efforts. So if you utilize these facilities and equipment capabilities, it's going to be really helpful in developing and advancing technologies. So in that sense, university and public corporations can play its role. And another thing is that the startup infrastructure in Korea are rather fragmented with low efficiency. So value chain linking this business model should be in a direction for further collaboration and further integration instead of fragmentation. So that is a role a public corporation, a public entity, or university should play in terms of helping startups prosper. So currently, in short-term perspective, our focus should be efficiency, linking these facilities, matching these facilities and the needs. And longer term, we have to look at institutional improvement and supporting policies. So I think this approach is more realistic. So in that sense, so for bigger efficiency of the project, well, you talk about awareness raise or institutional improvement and modeling, and also governance that can facilitate this technological transfer, and the consultancy service for a startup. So this governance improvement and streamlining is more realistic approach. And for government-funded or state-funded institution, in terms of expansion of the scope of business, they do have some limitation. So maybe they can have a separate scheme for running this project. And also the expansion of the TLO and forming funds for research institutes, but they can think of establishing a separate entity, separate for-profit entity that can be operated independent from university or public corporation. And this slide will be of further interest during the Q&A session, I think. So this wraps up my presentation due to time constraints. I ran out all of my time, so I made my presentation as brief as possible. But if you have any question, I welcome all of your questions. Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation. So we will delve right into the panel discussion session. So do not leave the stage. So I'd like to invite you back to the stage for the panel discussion, and I'd like to invite President Mok Seung-ha as a moderator, and I'd like to invite also the panelists for this session. Please welcome our panelists and moderator with a warm round of applause. Yes, thank you, Mr. Mok Seung-hwan, the moderator for this session, and the stage is yours. Thank you for the introduction. I am Professor Mok Seung-hwan from Seoul Techno Holdings. And it's my honor to moderate this session. And I really enjoy the presentation about public technology and project. So I think that should be a theme for our discussion. Part of the theme is our discussion. So economic situation is not really favorable. But I think this Fly Asia 2022 will be of great help to revitalize the startup discussions. And I'm already seeing some positive signs for further development. And how about we start the session with the self-introduction? Hello, I am Kim Sung-gun from Busan National University Technology Holdings. Yes, and our presenter? Yes, thank you. I am Lee Ji-hoon, Korea Association of Technology Holdings. Hi, I am Lee Chang-jun from MU Tech Holdings. Hi, Kim Pang-gon from Mire Holdings Company. Yes, thank you for your presence. It's so nice to see you here in Busan. And my question to all of you is the current environment is not really favorable for investment, especially in startups. So what is your opinion about future prospect, both short-term and long-term? So we'd like to talk a little bit of macro discussions and then delve into public technology, which is our specific term. So starting from you. So
we are investor at the same time. We seek out for an investment as well. So when we meet with VC, they said this is not the right timing. Please wait and stay. And after the next year's spring, there might be a good movement. But as a seed investor, as a facilitator, I think this is a golden opportunity because at a seed level, the amount of investment is not that big. And also, with a small amount of investment, startups can grow. But over the long term, we need to delay responses. At the same time, we need to seek out survival strategies. So some people say that this ice age will stay longer than 2 years. The same goes as evidenced by Asian financial crisis. So I hope that after the summer next year, the market will be normalized. Our subsidiaries and our investment subjects are recommended to decrease their expenditure, and they need to seek out long-term strategy to stay afloat. And is there anything to add on, CEO Mo? Sorry, but what would be the point?
될 것 같은지. 스타트업 투자 시장. 우리
So what about the startup investment market?
그러니까 단기적으로 지금 상황이 되게 어려운데 향후에 좀 어떻게 예측이
So actually, over the short term, the situations are not that favorable. But what about the long term? So actually, I paid many visits to public organizations and universities, but startups in the early stage find it difficult. But I belong to the association, so we provide and offer recommendations to the government at the same time cooperative model. This is what we are mostly required and requested. But one thing that I found regrettable is that private startups and startups within public organizations coming out into the ecosystem have differences. Those in the private sector are desperate, so they do a lot of activities to attract investment and meet institutional investors. So those out of public sector should follow suit as private sector startups have done. So those from public organizations are beneficiaries of government grants and supportive projects. These are the most cases. And they start their own businesses with their existing technology, so they are not that bold in attracting investment. So actually, the institutional investment is convinced to pay much attention to their technology. So the willingness that the private sector has should be on a point to attract more investment. So startups growing out of this public organization should follow the suit. And this is prerequisite to revitalize the startup ecosystem.
팀장님 말씀해 주시죠.
And could you please share your ideas, team manager Lee? I found out an online article. Startup Trend Report was released in this year September. Venture capital officials and the to-be startups and the founders of startups. And actually, the article was about the survey. And the mood for this year's investment is 50 out of 100 scale. Last year was 70 out of 100 scale. That means there is a cooling down trend in investment passion. But many people think that next year we can draw a rosy picture for investment. In particular, those in the venture capitals area, this year's will be a tough year, and they try to decrease their investment, and up to 3 years this trend will be continuous. So this article said so. And building on the data and articles that I read, early this year, actually 10 billion won series funding went to the subsidiaries. They are already secure budgets for operations and research and development, but the foundation said that next year there might be a ice age for investment. And this year can be likened to harsh winter, but next year will be an ice age for investment. So they need to downsize their staff member to 60 out of 80. So this is a clear testament to the difficulties that the domestic startup investment ecosystem has gone through. Thank you very much, and see you. And actually, we do have plenty of time. So the startup investment ecosystems are well aligned with global economy. And also the stock market is one of the great influence in this ecosystem. So the growth of stock ecosystem is a prerequisite for many companies to go public, and it is difficult for those companies to attract Series A, B, C funding if the stock market is not able to grow. And there is a shadow over the investment market, and we are expected to grow at a 2.3%, but this was revised down to 1 point something percent. And in the earlier next year, the global economy will buttress, but in the later year, the global economy will be in a darker picture, and the superpowers conflict and the Ukrainian war with Russia has wreaked havoc on prices of raw materials and of agricultural products. But at the same time, there is an example that enjoys growth, and also there are industries that grow as well in times of crisis. Biotech or electric devices witness a drop in stock price, but entertainment industry witness an increase in their stock price. And also at the same time, after the COVID-19 fall under the control, travel related industry and science related industries are also enjoying robust position. And 986 trillion won was invested last year, but this is quarterly basis. And Q3 and Q4, 986 trillion was invested last year, and Q3, Q4, this year 720 trillion won was invested. And of course, last year's Q3 and Q4, 2.1 trillion won was investment, and this year's Q3 and Q4, 1.2 trillion won was invested. And actually, there is a divided statistics for Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4 this year, but there is a total statistic for Q1 2021. So these all statistics indicate that we are in a green picture, and funding that was formulated by VCs are only increasing. In 2021, Q3, Q4, and Q1 to Q3, 5.4 trillion won was funded, but this year 7 trillion was funded. So this means there is a growing number of investment amount driven by government. Actually, this should be earmarked this year, and Series A. And so this kind of budget and investment are well consumed at Series A. So those companies who go through Series A will face difficulty in next year, but those companies before Series A are finding much easier for them to attract Series A funding next year. So actually they need to expand their runway. And so this year should be that year as well.
좀 객관적으로 말씀.
Yes, you put this into perspective by some numbers, actual numbers. So the investment will not be good, but if you look at blind fund, next year is gonna be a seed stage. So there's gonna be some investment going on next year. So speaking of which, the investment environment is not good, but there are still a lot of investments going on. So what is it that you're doing in terms of investment? Can you start from? So do you hear? You don't hear me there? So what are you doing for your investment activities? So can you start from here? Yes, at Mir Holdings, we of course make an investment into tech companies, but we stay away from one-off investment thing. So for example, we make a seed investment and we try to follow up those companies in the next couple of series. So we have this funneling approach. We started big and we try to narrow down a little bit. So we try to be more responsible for our choice. And secondly, one of the things that we are doing wrong in Korea generally, So people tend to think that unicorns can never be born out of public technology frame because the market is small and this market is structured favorable to as favorable to large companies. And of course, this has some grain of truth. And in the Ministry of Science built this fintech scheme, and that's how he made it to the minister. And when he was doing the negotiation for for a certain fintech technology with Samsung, and there's this issue regarding the patent, and this court ordered Samsung to pay 1.2 trillion as a fine. Well, there's this strong barrier in terms of the patent, and if we keep doing this, it's really hard for our company to become a really tech-strong company. So this has to start from public institutions. So there could be a second market curly and second unicorn company, but most importantly, we have to identify and support tech-based companies. And that's what we do right now. And our company is essentially an investor. So turnout is really important. The ROI is really important. That's our core interest. So whatever our scenario was, at the end of the day, it's the return that matters the most. So a lot of universities are jumping into these areas, but I'm not sure whether that's the right direction. So they don't think about their ultimate objective. No one thinks about the ultimate results of this. So creating a small fund and putting in 1 billion and a 2 billion one of investment, that's not the right direction. Yes, you mentioned fundamental principles about investment. So you are, can you talk a little bit about the investment projects going on in the Busan National University? And you, President, mentioned the public investment right now, so please elaborate on that. Yes, at Busan National University, we always try to true to our original purpose. So there should be technology developed by university, Busan University, and the CEO and management level should come from Busan University professors. So the principle is that in order for us to go to the market, we always stick to our principles. So we don't, even though we don't have many projects, but I think we're doing quite well, and we are running 4 cooperatives right now, and this cooperative should preferably use the space, researchers, equipment, facilities, and for clinical projects, hospitals. Since we have a hospital, so we always consider these items, consider the standards when selecting projects and companies. And what's more important than making investment is cooperating and giving support. And a lot of companies in the early stage of the project development, they don't know much. So when trying to find potential investment targets, we always try to screen the companies that have a right business mind. And of course, we do know that it takes at least about 3 years for them to fully develop their potential. And public technology requires at least 3 years to mature. So at this 3 years is the time for any technology to fully mature within any set of hardware, software. So I think we're doing well using whatever we have as a resource.
지주회사
And actually, I'm responsible for Association for Technology Holdings, but actually, I have spent 5 years in technology transfer at university level, and also I have been engaged in a variety of roles, but I am responsible for technology holdings. But I don't think that every public organization has their own technology holdings. But there might be a macro and micro perspective. So at a micro perspective, holdings can function as an investment or VC. So if there is a model that has less potential for profit, then there is no necessity to build such entity. But at a macro level, the government supports and the demands from universities are well accepted in certain framework and platform. At the time, we can create a technology holdings. So we need to think about the feedback on the ground and their difficulties on the ground and the government key direction and the local government, the local university and the Seoul metropolitan universities. And there are a web of there is a different web of conflicting interest. So actually, I recommend those kind of situations. I recommend you if you are under this kind of situations, not to start or build a technology holdings, because there is some cases where you need to be active at government's policy supports. And of course, the government policy projects can offset the shortage of the university's lack of budget. So, if you are forced to build a holdings even though you don't have profitable model, so you need to take into considerations all the perspective. Universities and public institutes are not enough to compete with private sector. Those areas are not that areas of expertise, but the VCs have their infrastructure and the personnel and IP that the public organization or public sector will have a much potential to be successful. But without such infrastructure and capabilities, then you need to map out customized operation model. In particular, in case universities with a smaller size, then the academia and the industry and the universities form a consortium. Then this can be evolved into a holdings model. And our holdings model, when we come, many people mistake our model as a Chinese model. So in Korea, the holdings model is introduced to manage those kind of personnel. And so the pure holding model should be understood, but at the same time, holding should be responsible for VC function. But I don't think this is desirable when every university is forced to establish a technology holding. And if a university directly jumps into a startups, rather than this, they need to nurture a map out model to nurture talents over the long haul. And technology holdings are everywhere, I think. So there are a garden variety of technology holdings with differences. Then actually there might be a complication coming into being. So could you please introduce and for you? And actually I want to throw a question to your organization. Technological holdings and those who made an investment in public sector. How can public sector be equipped with competitiveness compared to private sector? So and for you, technology holdings is funded by Aja University. It was established in July 2016, and we are a metropolitan alliance technology holdings with 7 universities at a Seoul metropolitan area. So a total of 8 universities are joining our membership. And this is the one and only technology holdings that do not include local governments. We are only comprised of universities, and we don't have self-fund, and we are small technology holdings. We are the poster child. As CEO Kim once mentioned, we are not afford using our capital and be bold in investing in public sector. We might experience losses, but the duration is inevitably longer. And also we don't have fund that can be used in Series 8 BC. So initial investment is our seed money. So we are doing our roles somewhat different to typical type of VCs. It takes a longer for us to make an investment. And also our ROI is smaller compared to larger scale technological holdings. But in 2019, we actually did exit at a higher valuation. And we are able to utilize our surplus to establish subsidiaries, and also we do reinvestment. This is how we operate. So unlike the nature of VC in private sector, we focus on what universities are good at. As a speaker mentioned, there are good infrastructure that universities have, so we try to utilize this infrastructure to attract investment from other sectors. So actually, you can consider university infrastructure as an asset, a capital attraction source. And we are asked to provide accreditation and licensing guidelines from MFDS for medications. So actually, there is a blurred distinction between medical device under the Medical Device Act and the medications under the Pharmacy Act. So there is no clear guideline. Without these guidelines, then even though the startups have received a larger amount of investment, their products might be falling under the category of medical device, but their licensing is falling under the category of medication. Then this requires a lot of money. It costs a lot. So actually so our efforts to prevent those startups from experiencing these bad cases. And when they do their commercialization of technology, we need to map out licensing guidelines with much clarity so that we can accelerate the development of products, thereby advancing into the market at a faster pace. And with Aju University's Technology Holdings and M4U Technology Holdings are forming a symposium, a consortium. We are involved in CRO companies, in licensing. So we also do have a consulting company which supports entire life cycle. And when those companies come to Aju University, then the consulting center comes into play, and they try to help them to apply for a patent, and they help those patents to be transferred in a proper manner, and animal test or through GMP facilities they do produce food, and they help those companies to produce food in accordance with GMP under their facilities. And this is what we help with companies. And if you think you are a good company with a great potential, then please reach out to universities, and 2 to 3 weeks of feasibility test and identification of business model is carried out, and then we finalize the outcomes. Actually, we are not able to make a huge investment, but with our good R&D infrastructure, we can input this infrastructure into the company, and then the companies can be helped by us to attract a larger amount of investment with a fertile ground for investment. And actually, you have a lot on your plate.
일을 잡으실 수 있을 것 같아요.
I think you are going to grow into one of good examples, because if you are ready to utilize some uniquely excellent perspective only universities can have, I think that's going to be a unique selling point. So I'd like to direct my question to the president of Mira Holdings, who is in active cooperation with private players. So what could be some strengths of public institutions, of public organizations? Amir Holdings company was established by Science and Technology Research Institute, and we're not a tech holdings, technically speaking, so we are free from some regulations, unlike other public institutions. And so we are under the monitoring of Ministry of Science and ICT, not under the Ministry of Education. So what I'm saying is that public investment shouldn't be something that can compensate for the private investment. Public institutions, public investment should not work as a prohibitive force against the private investment. And the public investment should focus more on the public technology. So during an era where the UK was occupying India, they first came to the India and they found a lot of cobras in India. So they had this project where they pay people when they catch a cobra. So cobra became almost extinct. But at one point, cobra grew exponentially in numbers, and it turns out a lot of people started to keep cobras as a source of income in their house, because if you cut the tail of a cobra and bring it to the government as a proof that you catch this cobra. So I think the point here is that number isn't everything. The stats aren't everything. People tend to think that government will look at the numbers, well, the KPIs, but that's not true. So there's an SME and there's an innovative company. So is a normal SME a bad company and an innovative company a good company? No, I don't think that's a ridiculous differentiation. Well, SME requires money to grow itself. Look at Samsung, how it grew from a small company to a global large company. So, for example, if you look at a university in Daejeon, every year there are 50, 60, 70 even startups every year. And there's no way for us to find a new startup that is not like a fried chicken parlor. Because all of the ideas look similar, none of them innovative. So the point is, it's not about numbers. 50, 60, 70, it doesn't matter. One good, innovative company is important. Look at Sarah Park, a golfer. You follow suit after a one big influencer. We have this Sarah Park kid generation. So what's important is that we have to look upon the past history. Have we ever nurtured any good global company that can be tantamount, that can be paramount to one big global American company, as we all know? Yes, right. You talked about Sarah Park, and we also talked about Yana Kim and BTS. So we need just one good breakthrough, innovative company is enough, because that's more tangible, that's more real, and number is not important. So at Busan University, what is the area of interest these days? 3 years ago, one of our affiliates, well, many of our affiliates were interested in bio technology. So we used to talk about how listing one or two of our companies is important, but I don't think there's an environment change. I always try to follow trends, but I'm not an avid trend follower myself. So biotechnology, even though people talk less about biotechnology, but we are sticking to the direction. And so we also talk about materials. And since our university is the biggest university in Busan, it's sort of a hub university, so we try to cover all sectors and all areas, but our current focus right now is material. So we are looking at Ulsan, and we talk about how we should form a driving engine centered on Busan, Ulsan, Gyeongnam province. So yes, biotechnology is still important for us, and new material is a current interest right now. So initial investment should always be followed by the next rounds of investment. Yes, right. I fully agree to your judgment about the direction. So we are here in Busan, and I feel a lot of positive energy drifting in the air. So I wish you all the good luck. So you have your experience, long years of experience in the tech holdings company. So what could be some ways, better ways forward? What should be an area for improvement? I think we should take a three-pronged approach. The first one is policy. With university, for a long time was prohibited from building a for-profit entity. So it was an institutional barrier. So compared to private players, we do have some limitations, especially from institutional point of view. But as you mentioned, the new technology development depends on the affiliates or affiliates model. That's why they build holdings company. So can we build holdings company for university? But there's also this regulational barrier where once you build a affiliate company, you can't build a holdings company for developing new technology. And you also have to consider the negative perception of the public. For example, if a university, private university, wants to do a for-profit project, then people don't take it well or favorably. So I think the first point to start with is that you need to see high demands. So do all the universities have to have holdings company? Well, I don't think so. But I think we need to start having big demands in the first place in order to drive for the institutional or systemic improvement. So policy support should come together with the institutional or systematic improvement, and that's why we need to have demands first. And for many university, many public institutions, there's no demand, there's no high demand, and they don't have capabilities for high tech. So the only choice left for them is to build a holdings company, for example.
자체적인 재원
And actually, over the long term, we are able to identify the possibility of long-term investment. So, at some degree, there might be issues related to quality, but with regards to demands in private sector and their awareness, and to improve their awareness, we need to secure some quantitative aspects. This will serve as a motivation. So building on some aspects, quantitative aspects, we need to provide tax exemption or incentives. In the early stage, holdings capabilities are subject to many curiosity and concerns. So, holdings can form a investors union backed by regulations and system. And this is incorporated into the support as future scheme of policies. So quantitative aspects are well established, and after we need to manage qualitative aspects. So internal infrastructure should be fully utilized to compete with other private sector, or we can do cooperation with private sector to connect value chain, and also we need to increase the internal awareness on this with this respect. So on the supply side of universities, they are very obsessed with reaping outcomes. High risk, high return is something that we see in investment, but risky investment is not familiar to universities, and at the same time, long-term risk is not familiar to universities. But investment should be considered as a long-term objective. So the entities and players should increase their awareness so that they can cooperate with each other in an effective manner, and they need to expand the spectrum of work and tasks. And as for the perspective of institutional investors, for 7 years, actually, we are able to calculate 5 years for companies going for public and co-stock market because they spent 12 years. So as a bridging role, private VCs can serve as a secondary fund for those technological holdings. And they need to establish a system of collaboration. This will lead to virtuous cycle. Then this will lead to a bold investment attraction. And this is where collaborative projects come into being. Thank you very much. But actually, we need to think about the practicality on the ground. Busan University and our holdings are supported by funding which is amounting to 100 billion won. But small-scale technology with less outcomes, what should they do? So what about the end-for-use perspective? What about your hands-on experiences? Is there any difficulty you have experienced? And not only end-for-you, but also for small-scale technology holdings, what would be the future direction? Could you please share us with your 2 cents? And from the perspective of investors, if this forum is for that, then we would not be invited. But this is a session for public tech-based startup ecosystem. So as a helper and supporter, we are very small-scale technology holdings. To be honest, actually, let me clear about the sheer reality. 1.3 billion won of AUM is what we have, but we only have 920 million won in cash. But we do exit and consulting profits and outsourcing profits, and we do have 8 alliance with the membership of 8 universities. So as Director Lee said, I spend a lot of time in academia, business, and university consortium. So we are at the forefront to identify the potential projects. So we do technology transfer, we do help companies to technology transfer, and we do receive commissions during the process. And we try to diversify our revenue streams. And we are not affordable in respect to AUM, but going beyond that, we do our best to win orders so that those profits are equally distributed to our subsidiaries. It is not for earning our income, it is for helping subsidiaries. And the government-funded products are carried out, and this year 60% of our labor costs are offset. And 90% and 100% of our budget are operable within our capacity. And we do make an investment in subsidiaries establishment, and less than 100 million. We also have some Series A funding when our subsidiaries get Series A funding. So we try to be of great help to subsidiaries, but the reality is not that favorable. But as I mentioned before, we make most out of our existing infrastructure that we have, and as you're all aware of, Asia Universities is the one and only university with engineering college, hospital, medical school, and nursing school. So actually we have a great convergence. That's the reason behind we are able to win a project and order from MFDS. So in one single campus, everything necessary is set and prepared. This is our internal evaluation. So building on that, technology holdings are able to utilize the benefits of engineering college and technological conversion center. So we do receive a lot of support that we are able to serve as a technology holdings. But our funding is not that big, but we do have a garden variety of revenue streams to establish subsidiaries. As of last month, 51 subsidiaries were established. And this year, 7 subsidiaries were established, and next month, 2 will be added. So the Regulatory Science Center are the same. Aju Hospital is carrying out open ward system. So actually, there is an internal demand for startups. And many external companies reach out to us to utilize our internal infrastructure. 20 companies are reviewing starting their startups within our and for you technology holdings, and 2 to 3 months should be taken for feasibility test. So actually 20 is not that viable, but I do believe 10 to 12 will be enough. So up until next month, we try to build 9 to 10 out of 20. Then this means we will have more than 50 subsidiaries, and of which more than 50% of startups come from medical college and pharmacy college, and 1/4 of the subsidiaries are able to attract investment worth of 120 billion won. So at a maximum, a subsidiary receives 44 billion won in Series A to B in a cumulative manner. They prepare for going public. But and for you, utilizes good infrastructure that Edge University has, and outcomes spinning off Edge University are what we put much effort in it, and we try to help them to grow, to invest, attract a great investment. Thank you very much. And actually, your explanation is sufficient to understand what you are doing, and we are nearing the end. And team manager talked about a lot about and for you. So what would be the requirements for public technological commercialization, and what would be the final comment?
교육부하고 했던 작업이
So what we do with the Ministry of Education, sorry to interrupt, one and a half minute. So last year, we worked on guidelines for startup investment and startup projects. So there are a lot of requirements, administrative requirements, and regulatory requirements. So I really need to see more conducive environment for startup. And if you think about public institution investment, you tend to think that they are out of competition, but that's not true, because a lot of us are competing for competency and capabilities. So I think, and of course, we need to be more active. Yes, thank you. Also, the same 1.5 minutes. Well, I'd like to talk about policy direction. So, for example, there are some things enjoyed by private venture capitals but are not enjoyed by public institutions, including the tax benefits. And and some capabilities when forming funds. So I think that's an area for improvement. And if that is improved, the holdings companies and public institutions will also enjoy some benefits. So policy support and tax benefits are what we need. Yes, thank you. Team leader, 30 seconds as a last comment. Yes, recently, one of the hot issues was digital healthcare and digital issues. I observed this during the Aji University project, startup projects. And well, he mentioned some difficulties of identifying between medicine and medical devices. So it's really it's a gray area in terms of regulation. So it's important to have a short-term approach. For example, the regulation sandbox and temporary deregulation. But I think more importantly, you have to come up with a guideline that's sustainable and that's for long-term orientation. Because no matter how good project, no matter how good technology you have, one error, one mistake in trying to get a license from the government, and the mistake will be irreversible. I'm gonna give you 2 minutes. Well, I'm gonna talk about something different. The government is burdened with too many tasks, and with the power change, with the administrative change, new programs are being born. So do we talk about, you know what tips are, right? So there are too many different tips right now. But the thing is that some companies should go bust if they don't do well. And their failure can be a contribution to building a new startup. So if you fail, then you can start anew. So this policy support and policy direction and institutional improvement, that's all important. I understand it, but you can't fully rely upon the policy support. The government is shouldered with too many tasks. And if you look at these states, the case is different. So companies need to survive, need to prosper when they are doing their job well. So this death valley or how many years you survived, well, it doesn't really matter. And of course, you should be more open to the private investment money to come into the public players. So then what should be the direction for tech holdings company? Well, tech holdings company, aren't they private in nature? Well, some of them are public in nature, but I think private is the right direction. Well, yes, tech holdings company is a incorporation under the Commercial Act. Yes, I really appreciated all of your insights, and I asked myself a lot of questions listening to your answers. So I really appreciate your contribution. And personally, the public technology projects are a necessary building blocks in a startup's ecosystem. And the thing is that we need to think harder and work harder to equip those companies, equip those entities with more capabilities and more competitive edge. So all of you, it's upon the hands of all of yours. And I think this Fly Asia 2022 will grow into the real global conference as a hub platform in the Southeast and Northeast Asia. Thank you.
And with that, all the programs prepared for today's conference are finished. So please give them a big round of applause. Our moderator and the panelists, please give them a big round of applause once again. Thank you very much. Starting from 10:30 a.m. up until now, we have been rushed in listening to conference sessions, and we have been joined by many experts to listen to their insights and expertise. So I am curious about what 4 to 5 years after Busan look like. Now, let me conclude the second day of Fly Asia 2022, all the conference session prepared, and also a lot of programs await you on the third day of Fly Asia 2022. That concludes the conference session. I am Lee Misa, MC for today's conference. Thank you very much for your participation and staying at the very end.